All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for August 13th, 2024. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Parsbeck?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Here.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Here.
Trustee Wing?
Here.
Trustee Ayers?
Here.
Trustee Kurtz?
Present. Excellent. Next up is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda. So things on tonight's agenda are the caretakers, the Berthoud VFW, House of Neighborly Service presentation, and redevelopment of the public works site, along with short-term rentals. So if there's anyone in the audience tonight that would like to speak to something else, now's the time. If you could please come to the front, state your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Is there anyone in the audience who's not here for anything on the agenda? All right. We can move right now into consent. Do trustees have anything, questions or comments, anything on consent?
I would like to remove item D.
All right. Anything else? All right, is there a motion to approve consent minus item D? Trustee Hardy has moved on this. Is there a second?
Second.
That trustee, okay, trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on that?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Yes.
Mayor Parsbeck?
Yes. Items removed from consent will be considered next. We'll turn it over to trustee Albrecht. The Mark French proclamation?
Yeah, I was excited to see that on here, Mark French. Everything I know about Berthoud's history came from Mark French. He's just an amazing contributor to our community, and I'm so excited that this proclamation is going through to honor him and recognize him for years of service to the community and preserving our history. And I thought it would be neat to hear it read
Certainly.
publicly, so we can do that homage to him.
Awesome. Clerk, can we pull that up real quick?
Certainly.
Sorry, I'm just setting it up.
And Mayor Parsbeck, in the, oh, I'm sorry, I have to write here.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I'll actually be delivering this to Mr. French at the farm concert for all his contributions, but I appreciate you pulling it. So I'll go ahead and read this out. This is in appreciation of Mark French. Whereas Berthoud's rich history from its early settlers to its development over the decades reflects the dedication and curiosity of its residents. And whereas Mark French, a fourth-generation Berthoudite and esteemed historian, has long been committed to uncovering and preserving Berthoud's history. And whereas French has achieved this through his role as a volunteer, author, historian, and president of the Berthoud Historical Society. And whereas through his extensive research, French has meticulously chronicled the origins of Berthoud in hundreds of writings and several books to share the history of Berthoud's first homesteaders, the relocation of the original settlement, and the early development of the Berthoud area. And whereas French has raised thousands of dollars for the Berthoud Historical Society endowment, and whereas French has preserved numerous buildings and has advocated for the protection and enhancement of other historic structures in Berthoud. And whereas Mark French has organized countless historic tours, reenactments, courtyard concerts, drive-ins, fly-ins, and other historical events to engage with the community and share Berthoud's rich history. And now, therefore, I, William Karsbeck, as mayor of the town of Berthoud, encourage the residents of the town of Berthoud to show their appreciation to Mark French in recognition for his many contributions to preserve our history in Berthoud and his work to commemorate those who founded and built the community we call home. All right, thank you. I'll add, the reason there's fly-ins in there is when I was a kid, he would actually deliver the annual Historical Society calendar by having a bunch of biplanes fly into the Wagner Farm property, so it's pretty cool to see that. Excellent. Is there a motion to approve D?
I'll move.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem has moved on that. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Trustee Ayers is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Trustee Albright,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers. Yes. Mayor Forsback.
Yes. Okay, next on our agenda, we're gonna move forward the House of Neighborly Services presentation, just given the number of people in the room tonight here for that. So thank you to the caretakers and the VFW for waiting on that, and thank you for everyone that's come in tonight. It's pretty impressive. I think this might be our most packed meeting of the year, so pretty awesome. So we'll go on right to that. Do we have Sherry Houle and Ginger Tomasi in the room? Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Town Trustees. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you this evening. My name is Sherry Houle, and I'm the Executive Director of House of Neighborly Service in both Berthoud and Loveland. And with me tonight, most of you know, is Ginger Tomasi, and she is the Assistant Director of our Berthoud H&S. House of Neighborly Service has been faithfully serving the Berthoud community for over 35 years now, providing essential resources and support to our neighbors in need. And today we stand before you not as just representatives of House of Neighborly Service, but as individuals who care deeply about the future of Berthoud. As this town grows, so will the needs of our residents. The Berthoud Life Center is not just a building. It's a vision for a stronger, more resilient community, a place where neighbors can find the help they need to overcome life's challenges and build a better, more connected future. Our vision and purpose at the Life Center is simple. It's community, it's connection, it's service. It's about nonprofits coming together, being able to come together in a space and serve a community that needs them. And it offers community spaces for our seniors, our youth, gatherings of the community that will foster care and connectivity. Looking back over our history, H&S has grown alongside of our communities, becoming an essential part of the fabric that weaves together support and care for our neighbors. Our journey reflects the resilience and strength of Berthoud. And today I'd like to walk through the key milestones that have shaped our shared path. House of Neighborly Service actually began in Loveland in 1961, 63 years ago. And its mission was very simple, but very profound, to care for our neighbors in need by providing essential resources like food and clothing. Over the years, this mission has expanded and evolved just as our communities have. And 35 years ago, in 1989, the Berthoud community recognized a need. And the Berthoud community actually asked House of Neighborly Service to come down into the community and bring our services. And it was First Presbyterian Church that opened wide their heart and their doors to our services. And they actually served out of their church once a week for 28 consecutive years. Thank you, First Presbyterian Church. We grew, the caring neighbor grew, the services grew, and 10 years ago, in 2014, our vision expanded and we created the Loveland Life Center, a partnership with the city that was able to bring nonprofits into one space. We went from having 2 or 3 nonprofits downtown to now we have a space with 20 nonprofits. We serve alongside each other, we brainstorm together, we help people get through situations together. It also offered space for community members, so we have education there. We have trainings there. We have life events there. So it's a wonderful space that we work out of. 7 years ago in 2017, once again, the Berthoud community reached out to H&S and said, how can you bring the Life Center model down here? We've been working on that ever since. So how we started with that process is Grace Place opened up their doors graciously, thank you Grace Place, and opened up their outpost to us. We were able to go from serving 1 day a week to 2 days a week. We also were able to get multiple partners into that space, so we have currently 3 to 5 partners at any given time serving out of that current location. Our services exploded. And we are aiming still toward that brick and mortar, Birth It Life Center building. And Ginger's gonna share our current status and where our capital campaign is, but before she does, we wanted to take just this moment and answer a concern that we've heard in the community, and we wanted to just answer it right from the get-go. It's in our history. The concern is a comment that is made to us, which I actually believe is true. It's if you build it, they will come. And I want to tell you, we have built it. And let me tell you who has come to the Life Center. The first people that actually came to the Life Center were our nonprofits. They were the first ones to come in. They're the servants of the community, the ones who care, the ones who can solve problems, the ones who can get you through situations. So those nonprofits came into that space. The second group of people that flooded that space were volunteers. We went from a smaller volunteer base to now we have almost 240 volunteers. It takes well over 100 to run that Life Center in Loveland every single week. So it brought this base of volunteers. And third, if you build it, they will come. I want to tell you about the thousands who come through our doors. Thousands, mind you. Between both locations, 88% and 96% of those we served and birthed are housed. Did you catch that? They're your neighbors. They live down the street or around the corner. 88% of what we do is about sustainability and prevention and keeping people housed. And that's what nonprofits do together. It's a work that's collaborative. We need each other. And we are seeing seniors that are homeless. We are seeing youth that are homeless. So this is important to do this work. I also want to mention the 12%. So the 12% are people who are unhoused. They might be living in a basement. They might be living in a hotel. They might be living on the street. And this is what happens to those that come to us that are homeless. We will treat them with dignity and honor. They will receive food, they will receive clothing, bus vouchers, and then we will send them to the services they need, which is typically shelter. So we'll send them to Fort Collins for shelter, or Loveland for shelter, or Longmont for shelter. So that's important for you to know that we do serve basic needs services. But as far as shelter, we are not a 24/7 shelter or a day center for homeless individuals, nor will be in Berkeley.
Thank you, Cherry. I want to just take a moment and expand off from what Cherry has shared about with our services that we're doing currently right now and the partners that we have here in Berthoud with us. As some of you may be familiar with, some of the biggest needs that we give out in the community are food, clothing, and that bottom number is utility assistance that we give out. On top of that, we also help pay for prescriptions. We give out gas vouchers. We have one-on-one free tutoring for kids after school throughout the summer. We help people fill out applications for things like the senior tax rebate and being able to apply for other services that we don't have that are in the community. We also are a resource navigator. We are on call for the community when somebody needs a resource connection. They'll call, we can get them connected. Either we do it or we know who can and can get them connected with that. Also, we're really excited. This summer, we launched our mobile senior program. We found here in Berth that more and more of our seniors that we've been serving are starting to get to an age and stage where they can't come to us. And so we wanted to make all of our services continue to be available to them. And so we are now mobile with all of our services to those who can't make it to us. And so our hope with that is to be able to help our seniors in the community be able to continue to live independently but still access those resources that they need to be here. And so I want to share a little bit too about what's happened to House of Neighborly Service and our Life Center model that we currently have here in the last 5 years. We have seen an explosion in the need for our services here in the community. As all of you know, here in Berthoud, we've grown between 45 and 50% in our population. In comparison, the demand for our services has grown 529%. People are struggling to live here. The cost of rent goes up. We're finding people as we helping them with utility bills and food and different things. We ask questions like, what are you having to give up? And so in order to keep a roof over their heads, they may be keeping their place cold or warm. They may be going without food. They're going without prescriptions. These are neighbors. This is reality in our community. And H&S has been here for 35 years meeting those needs. But it's getting to a higher and higher demand as the cost of living in our community continues to grow. That's only going to increase for our demand for services. So we're looking at this going, we need to be open more days. We need more space. We need more partners to come and serve the community and come alongside and fill in the gaps that we're not able to provide. Because we all know transportation is a struggle here in Berthoud. And so we can tell people, oh, you can get to this resource, Loveland has it, or Longmont has it for you. And they come back the next time, did you do it? No, I didn't have the gas to get there. Or trying to find the time to leave work to go get it, wasn't able to. So we're finding more and more, we need these resources here. We're getting to a size in our community that we have to start meeting these needs ourselves instead of trying to farm it out to others in other communities. We have 4 partners that are with us regularly right now. We have free counseling through Bridgepoint Counseling. They're on Tuesday mornings for the community. The Food Bank of Larimer County comes down once a month and helps people fill out SNAP applications, Medicaid applications, helps them do recertifications. We've United Healthcare is here helping our seniors with additional insurance needs. And then we have a returning partner this month who's gonna now, we are so excited, having regular office hours twice a month, and that's Disabled Resource Services to help meet the needs of those in our community who are disabled and need additional help in getting those connections. So we're super excited about what we have going on, but we also really see the need for more. Which brings us to the benefits of a life center. As we've said, we already have the model going here. We've been serving for 35 years. For the last 7 years, we've been bringing partners in. There are more partners that want to come, but they need a space to come to. This Life Center will help do that. In a nutshell, when you think of a Life Center, it's a community center. It's a place for our community to come together, to gather, to do life. It's also a place for nonprofits to serve. It's also a place where seniors could have space, youth could have space. And think of the needs in our community that we are currently facing. We're looking at that, we're hearing from the people, and we see seniors need a space. This Life Center could help meet that need. What about our youth during the summer, after school? Where can they go to hang out, get homework help, expand our tutoring program? This Life Center could have a space for that. Nonprofits that are in our town that need a space to be able to operate out of. As Cherry said, the collaborative movement of us all working to get together and being able to go next door and hand them off and say, here, they can meet this need for you and pass them around. It's a holistic approach to serving the needs in our community. And it's also a space for meeting spaces that we could have in the town, conferences, educational opportunities. CSU would love to partner with us to offer more educational opportunities to the town for anyone who wants it. It could be business retreats. It could be town hall gatherings, chamber events. I mean, the possibilities are endless, but what we want to ask you as trustees and town staff, what are the gaps you're seeing? Because a Life Center is unique to the community. The Life Center that we have in Loveland is not going to be the Life Center that's here in Berthoud, because Berthoud, we don't have the same needs here as Loveland has. we have different needs. And so that's where we need to come to the table and we need to say, what does our town need? And how can a community life center meet those needs and fill those gaps? So one of the other things that we want to bring up about a life center and the potential that it brings is a crisis response center for our town. And I'm gonna have Cherry, if you can speak just a minute about how our Loveland Life Center has been that for Loveland.
Well, H&S and the Life Center are VOAD members. And VOAD is Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster. And what that means, when the fires happened, we knew very quickly. We were on Zooms every day with all of the nonprofits that were involved, including the county, including the fire department, including Red Cross. So we're some of the first to know when there's a crisis. And what a life center space does for you is you automatically have the space to bring things to if you need or to utilize however you would need. And when you're part of VOAD, they tell you immediately. They line up the volunteers, and we would be one of those members for this community if something happened. We also have a food room, which is very important because in crisis, that's one of the key things that you need, and distribution of that food is important. So we have a system in place that we've done for years and years and years, so we can scale that back or make it larger if we need. We have food storage. In addition, we have clothing. Take, for example, the flood that happened in 2013. We were utilized as a hub for that. Glory, our executive director that was before, and a part of that said they took people, brought them through with helicopters and took them to the ranch, but then they bussed them into our life center. And they were able to get resources. They were able to get clothing, shoes, blankets, and then the other nonprofits could set up in our community room and utilize that space. And we also have volunteers. And in a crisis, that's what you're gonna need. You're gonna need to communicate to a multiple number of volunteers that you can activate with an email and say, here's where we need you, here's where we need you, and when we need you, please sign up. And we've got that, 240 volunteers. So this space will be a part of a resiliency plan to help us if anything happens.
Thank you, Cherry. So I want to get to the good news. The good news is where we're at now, we've raised almost $1.4 million. With a portion of that, we have purchased land, we've purchased water rights here in Berthoud, we've been through the town development approval process, we've signed on a general contractor, and we have about 75% of our construction docs done. We've left a lot of the space that's open for other nonprofits and community space for some imagination and seeing what those needs most are to fill that area. And so we're super excited about the progress that we made, but the reality is, as we've been raising money and looking to what a life center would be the last 7 years here in Berthoud, since we were asked to look at becoming a life center here, the cost keeps going up. Pre-COVID, the building that you saw the rendering of here, it was at a $5.7 million price tag. We had that re-evaluated last fall when we were getting more of the construction docs done, and it now sits at 8.4, and which brings our project total to 10 million with the purchase of land, water rights, and all the other pieces that come with building a building this size. So we're coming before the town tonight for a twofold purpose. One, this life center isn't just about H&S. It's bigger than H&S. This is something for our town to imagine what a community life center space would be. And so as Cherry and I both shared, there's community spaces available. It could be youth, it could be seniors, more nonprofits. What does that look like for our town? We need and value your input. As trustees, as town staff, we have perspective that we see from the services that we do, and we see some gaps and needs, but you guys have another perspective as well, and we need that at the table. We need you to come and say, here's what our town needs. Can we work together and partner to make this happen? Second, we need the town's backing in this, financially and verbally. One of the things is we've been going out into the community, raising funds, whether it's through foundations or the county or businesses or individuals, we get asked over and over, where is your town in this equation? Do they see the need for a community life center? Are they backing this? And that's why we're here before you tonight.
So, our official ask is $6 million for the future of Berthoud and a Berthoud Life Center. What this will do is it will validate the community's need for these resources, which are growing exponentially. It will open doors for us immediately for capital grants if we get to that level. And we also have a fundraiser in place, and so we're ready to hire them. It allows us to break ground in the summer of 2025. Where we are at now is sustainable for a bit longer, but the setup and tear down and the amount of work and lift to do that is not gonna work much longer as the community grows. So we need to break ground. And finally, it brings in the critical nonprofit services to our town. I'm going to read to you this last section just so I won't botch it up. But as we look to the future of Berthoud, we see a community that continues to grow and thrive and come together in times of need. The new Life Center will be a part of the heart of this community, a place where seniors can gather, our youth can learn and grow, and our local nonprofits can provide essential services right here in Berthoud. It will also be a vital resource in times of unexpected emergencies, which happen, ensuring that we are prepared and resilient. Today, we are indeed asking for your investment of $6 million to make this vision a reality. This is not just an investment of brick and mortar. It's an investment in the future of Berthoud, a future where every resident has access to the support and the resources they need. Together, we can build a stronger, more vibrant community. Let's make the Berthoud Life Center a beacon of hope and opportunity for the generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Questions? Any questions?
Yep, no, thank you.
Okay.
Fantastic. Questions from the trustees? Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
I could start. Should this facility be built, how would it be run and managed from a maintenance standpoint, from improvements or expansion standpoint?
Well, we currently at the Loveland Life Center, HNS runs it. We have a manager that runs it. We have a maintenance person. We have staff that oversee all of the leases in the building. So it's run by HNS and efficiently, quite efficiently. It's run on donations. To tell you the truth, the community supports it. I call it a caring neighbor movement. It's quite mind-boggling to me. But it's these caring neighbors who really care about the community, and they support the Life Center. And so it's beautiful. And mind you, it's the beauty of the Life Center too is it's multi-generational. There's lots of generations in there.
And featuring multiple tenants, would a consideration of like a building committee instead of that model be something you would be open to?
Absolutely, I think so. It's discussions we have to have. Yeah, we've never been in this situation before. So we've got a board and we can have some discussions, absolutely.
Yeah, that's part of our ask to come to the table with us.
Yes.
And say, what do we need
Let's
and what
talk.
does this look like?
Absolutely.
And then for Administrator Kirk, I don't know how well you could answer this one, but discussing this proposal, which has $3 million per budget year, say we started in 25 and continued in 26 with $3 million each year, where would we likely draw those funds from?
I think the only place that you could draw those funds from is from our general fund reserves. I don't think we have any other funds that would allow this use. So that'd be it.
So, looking at more of the senior or youth aspect of the use, is that something we could tap possibly from the 2018 fund?
I think the board could probably make a determination that that was appropriate. I think it would be dependent upon how that agreement was structured. I mean, we wanna be really explicit that it was being used for recreation purposes. Whether that's, youth after-school programs or senior programs. But if we took some funds from that 2019 1% fund, it is only intended for, and approved by the voters for recreation capital improvements and their operation.
Okay. I think that's my questions for now.
Thank you. Other questions?
So since this is 60% of the value of the building, are you asking for a donation from the town, or is this gonna be a purchase by the town? Because $6 million is an awful lot of money.
Absolutely, it is.
We could
I
pretty
think
much
that's
build
a
the facility.
discussion, that's a discussion we'd like to have. Yeah, that's a discussion we'd like to have with the town trustees and our board and figure out that partnership.
Because it sets a precedence for other nonprofits in town. Why give you $6 million? How come Habitat's not in here asking for $6 million? The library's in here asking for $6 million to build their library. It's a lot of money.
Absolutely.
And if we do this,
Yeah.
it just sets precedence for other people that wanna build nice facilities as well.
I would say part of the difference is the aspect of bringing in the other nonprofits. Most other nonprofits have their own space and they operate their own nonprofit. We're talking about in Loveland, there's not many nonprofits that step up to the table and say, yeah, we'll oversee, a facility that has 20 other nonprofits in it that are drawing possibly from our donations. So we're talking about inviting other nonprofits into the community that's not just exclusively H&S. So I think there's a distinct difference there possibly.
No, yeah,
We
we
know
definitely
there
see
is
the
for
need for the
Loveland,
building, I
yeah.
understand the whole
Mhm.
need and the community need. But when you start throwing $6 million in there, you gotta start taking care of what the citizens are doing. It's like, hey, why'd you give that organization $6 million?
Absolutely.
And then I had a couple people ask me about the religious aspect of it. How does that work with government versus supporting religious organizations? That's separation of church and state sort of thing. How does that cooperate? Where does that sit?
I'm not sure we're prepared to answer that tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can just add, we do support many of our nonprofits are founded on religious grounds. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against any of
Habitat's
the
one.
nonprofits. I'm just, you start throwing money in there and it's a money question. Has nothing to do with
Absolutely.
RAFT or
Yeah.
the food services, giving us a community center for senior citizens. I mean, I'm all for that. But I also wanna make sure that we're also staying that line of where we spend our money is appropriate and legal and not favoritism or anything like that. So, because it does set a precedence for other people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we put some examples in the packet, but those are actually very good points. And that's what we'd like to have talks about, so.
Other questions? Yeah. Okay, well, let's wait on comments if that's all right. Trustee Wynn?
I'm kind of fiscally conservative, and I hear $10 million price tag, that just sounds rich to me. And I just wonder, you've done so much work, first I commend everything you're doing, and I met with you guys, and it was very impressive, you guys really provided amazing service. But I look at the building, and it's, quite frankly, it's stunning, it's beautiful. It seems like you've got a pretty premium piece of real estate that you bought, and you put so much work into this. I'm also a person who kind of, is there a compromise? And, the size of the building, challenge yourself, can we go from 10 to 5? Can we go from 10 to 4? I don't know. You put a lot of work into this, but, is there, I'm the newest person on the board, but, is there some less expensive land that's maybe not being used in the town that we could do something with? Could we go with not quite as an elaborate building to start with? Could you build it out with the intention that it could grow larger later on? So I'm just throwing I'm just thinking to myself, again, we're kind of fiduciaries for the residents' funds, I think, and just speaking, thinking of that and the town. Are there other ways, other way to skin a cat to cut those? And I thought you said, I could be wrong, that maybe there's a little bit of a revenue stream from some of the nonprofits using some of the space here. and I don't know where that factors into the funding. But anyhow, those are a few of,
Yeah.
and Mayor, I don't know if that was more comments than questions.
Those are definitely questions.
Questions, and I'm happy to answer those questions because we've been there and we've wrestled through this. A few years ago, when we were trying to figure out what the next steps for space for us was, we literally went all over Bertha, driving around going, what is for sale, what can we afford, what will work for the space that we need, and we found very little. We had a committee together at the time from people from the town helping us to problem solve this. And we actually were looking at possibly going with a building that would just fit us at the time, with the looking at probably having to demo it down the road. And we had some funders come in and said, that's not our vision for Berthoud and for the Life Center. And went out, found the property, and actually we had donors come in and buy that outright for us. They said, this is where we see this Life Center being in our town. And so that's kind of the genesis of how we got the property when we did. It was basically given to us to build a Life Center there. Next step is the building space. And when we had originally looked at the space and figured out for what our needs were, the other things, other nonprofits that wanted to be in there, we had originally thought 30,000. We took it down to 20,000, got our 5.7 million price tag on it. Going forward, and then when we got the updated amount last fall, we did exactly what you were talking about. We were like, can we trim? What can we do? And one of the things that we asked our architects and our construction company was, this is a beautiful building. Everybody tells us it's a beautiful building. Can we make it plainer and fit with the town code and get the cost down? And they said, honestly, you're gonna shave off maybe 100,000 if you want to, we can do it, and then you're gonna have to go back before the town development process and redo the things. And so in the end, it was like, well, that's an option if we get down to, that much money that's making a difference. But in the end, it really wasn't gonna change the price tag on that. And then we looked at the size, and all we keep hearing from people is it's not big enough. We're gonna need more space if you're gonna put this in and you wanna put that in. And so we are very open to looking at smaller, and we even looked at phasing. But if we don't build it at the same time, our cost rises.
Footprint 30,000 square feet?
The footprint is 10,000, 2 stories up, so 20,000 total square footage. So we are very open to other conversations, but it's not gonna affect our price tag in the long run. If we need the space now, the time to do it is in one setting. And then to address your other question about revenue, part of the way this Life Center can operate and work is because each of us that are tenants of the building pay a lower than market rate to cover the cost of the utilities for cleaning, for lawn maintenance. We share that cost depending on the amount of footprint that we have in the space. And then we charge low fees for the space that's in there. You can get a meeting room for 80 people for $40 maybe for 4 hours. I mean, it's basically just to help offset the cost to help the building run. And so I hope that kind of answers your question, but nothing's set in stone totally. But we've been asking these questions and we're open to suggestions.
Have you seen our Loveland Life Center?
Mhm.
It's very plain, yellow and solid metal, pretty much.
How much did that facility cost you, and how would the funds come for that?
We did a capital campaign for that, and the capital campaign was $3.5 million for that. Took us 3.5 years to raise that. This same thing happened in that capital campaign. We made one critical mistake that we don't want to make again. You learn, and both Ginger and I weren't there for that capital campaign. However, we do know the history. We did not raise funds to build out the partner spaces. We assumed that we would build out our spaces with that 3.5 million and that the partners would come in and have resources to build out their own spaces. That was absolutely not the case. So we ended up having to take out a $2.5 million loan to cover the finishing of the spaces to get the 20 nonprofits into our current spaces, so. But it was 3.5, that came, we got initially, the city was gonna buy our original space that we were in for $500,000, instead said sell it, which we got $600,000 for, and they also gave us on top of that $500,000. It waived $240,000 in fees, and then it opened up some grants for us immediately once we got the city's help, so. We're in there, and we don't just appoint in cases that we're not about making profit. We actually are a nonprofit, so the people in here are nonprofit, and we can't make a nonprofit or we get taxed. Actually, for the first time ever, we made a little bit more than we, for our spaces, and we actually end up getting taxed on that. So we're trying to break even and keep the place running, the utilities, the lawn maintenance, the, all the wonderful plumbing and different things that happen.
Question?
I've got one more that kind of, we mentioned their big yellow building, cause
Yeah.
I know the story about how that building was built, we just built it out. We've got a big yellow building, Dukowski property, how big's that barn?
I honestly don't remember off the top of my head, it's not this large.
It's not, yeah, it's not 10,000 square feet. No.
I have a question for staff. Mr. Kirk, sorry to put you on the spot, but maybe you could look at that as we take public comment, but what is the size of our general fund?
About 23, what size on an annual revenue basis?
Well, just, yeah, what do we typically allocate to the general fund annually?
So general fund expenses this year, I think somewhere in the $13 million range. You know, a lot of the general fund is supported with fees for services like rec fees and those kinds of things. So I mean, in terms of general tax revenue, you know, our sales tax is our biggest revenue source in the general fund. And that's in the neighborhood of $5.5 million in revenue a year from sales tax. So just, you know, some rough order of magnitude.
That's helpful, thanks.
And we have about $23 million in our general fund reserves right now, some of which is already committed to projects that are already under construction.
Okay. You said our annual revenue is 5 to 6 million?
No, just in sales tax revenue, so total general fund revenues, I think in 2024, I'll just look really fast, so I'm not shooting from the hip. As you know, we have like 30 different funds, but our general fund is, total general fund revenue estimated 12.16 million this year.
And then we have a budget where all the expenses come out of that.
Correct. Total general fund expenses 11.2 million,
And what was the income again?
12.1
So 1 million excess, sort of
plus or minus.
flux, if you will, and then 6 million for something like this, doing the simple math, that would be 6 years of our surplus excess of revenue versus expenses.
But you could look at it that way.
Well, we had existing reserves now.
We do. Some
This
of
would be
those-
about a quarter of our reserve if we wanted to go that
This
route.
would be about a quarter of our current reserve. And you know, I've used this phrase a lot, and I don't mean this flippantly. But you guys have heard me say this, we're not broke, we just have to decide where to spend our money. So, you know, $6 million on a project like this just means $6 million not spent somewhere else. Those are priority decisions that thankfully you get elected to make, so.
Excellent. Anything else? Okay, let's allow public comment, and before I should have probably framed the conversation, this is a presentation, so the board will, if we'd like, just be giving direction to staff to work with the Life Center staff, create a committee, bring in the seniors and the youth. Some seniors called me, before their presentation on the 27th, I said, you know, watch tonight and be part of that process, so they're pretty receptive to that as well, so. We're not asked, correct, it's
No,
not a
I would
$6
recommend
million
you don't
request,
make a decision
right?
tonight. No, absolutely not.
You know I do.
Sounds like we have some legal questions to answer.
We do, I think there's, you know, there's a long list of questions. I had an opportunity to meet with Jerry and Ginger this last week. Man, time goes by fast, feels like it was yesterday. And so, you know, to get introduced to this request and to start thinking about how this may fit into our budget or not, if this is something you want us to look at. Timing is good for us, we start annual budget for 2025 We start that process, as you know, in September. At the staff level, and we'll bring our first draft budget to you in October. So, we have some time to kind of work through some of those details at least and try to get as many answers as we can. Come to you with some possible scenarios if that's what you want us to do. We can work through some of those things over the next couple of months.
All right, let's open it up for public comment. And again, thank you all. Thank you. We might need you after this just in case the trustees have any more questions, but this will be a chance for anyone in the audience tonight that would like to come to the front regarding this Life Center. If you could state your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we got this gentleman starting. All right.
Good evening. My name is Gary Hansen. I live southwest of town and
I think we need your specific address. Is that all right?
3100 Harmony Court.
All right, thank you.
And I have 6 kids that have attended Berthoud schools, and 5 of them graduated from Berthoud High School. So we've been here a long time. I run a financial practice in Loveland with my son and son-in-law. Done that for 49 years. I'm affiliated with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We provide a small amount of help to this good group through volunteer service. We support the principle of a widow's mite as taught in the scriptures, and we believe it's important that we care for those that need help. And as a result, this is a wonderful opportunity. And I know you guys have a responsibility to care for the money here. I understand the fiduciary responsibility you have because I have the same thing in my practice. I believe you would be hard pressed to find anything better. Now, there are certain aspects of the community that are vital and important. This is a part that tends many times to get shoved to the side, and we think if we put it aside, we don't have to deal with it. I don't believe that for a second. As I see things moving forward and people's lives changing and the way people need help, this opportunity gives us a chance to support something that will provide a lot of good for those that really need it. We don't need another baseball field today. I love baseball, Chris knows that. But at the same time, we need to support things that will fill the needs of this community. So I would plead with you as caretakers of the money of those that support this whole town and this area that we really consider this opportunity to help such a worthy organization. We love that. We love the way it draws the different churches in the area together. I applaud the churches that have spent years and years helping these guys. We haven't. We're engaged now and we'll continue to help. And we're just here to do whatever we can to make sure that happens. So thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. We just have a tradition if we could not do applause or boos. Hopefully there won't be any boos tonight, but we got applause. Thank you. And I've just given the size, I will be interrupting people when we hit 3. And Mr. Hansen, you weren't anywhere close. I just wanted to say that. Thank you for coming up. I can get your name and address.
Hi, I'm Devon Cook. I live southeast of town at 1304 Wilfrid Court. I don't have a lot to say more eloquently than he said it, other than yes, and I agree. We've been supporters of this organization for a long time. Also have kids that graduated here, have been invested in the churches and school system and Berthoud Schools Fund and all sorts of amazing things that happen in this community. And it is an amazing place to live, but that only works because neighbors take care of neighbors. And they said the statistics that are startling of how much the need is, and it's a little bit hidden in Berthoud. It's a beautiful town to walk through, but there are people that need this help. And I can't think of a better investment for us to make proactively in a place that's well organized, that's well run with an organization that's already doing this in Loveland. I mean, the model is proven. They know how to administer it. It just seems like a really sound investment. And for that reason, my family has pledged money to this capital campaign already, and I hope that you guys will do the same. Thanks.
Thank you. Who else? Pastor Eric, okay.
Good evening. My name's Mark Sexton. I'm 79 years old. I'm disabled. I have a vocal seizure disorder due to a assault that I received while I was driving a bus in Boulder. I have received services from the House of Neighborly Service for about 5 years now. I can tell you that when I can't go up there, Ginger will come down to my house and deliver the food to me that I need. She not only does that, but she's provided clothing for me. She's provided resources. And on more than one occasion, I've been unable to pay my electricity and I've had cut-off notices. Ginger was right there. I couldn't go up. She came to my house, took the paperwork, asked me some questions, and took care of the whole situation. That's happened to me 3 times. I know that the House of Neighborly Service is an excellent service, and they're dying to expand, to reach out to more people and touch more lives so that they can help them step up. These people don't put you down. They stretch out a hand and lift you up to a better place. There's nothing like the House of Neighborly Service, and I've conversed with Ginger, and she's expressed her desperation as to not have one place where people can come and not have to go next door to this room, instead of saying, well, you'll have to go up to Loveland to 29th Street, room 8, to get the services you need. She would like to be able to consolidate everything and provide a better service for all those involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton. Do you mind if you'd state your address real quick, sir?
What's your address, buddy?
It's 619 Mountain Avenue,
Perfect, thank you.
apartment number 3.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Aaron.
Hi. Trustees, Aaron Perry, 325 Colorado Avenue. You know, everybody on this board has been advocates for the seniors of our community, advocates for our children, finding places for them to have a place to go, do things, and you've done very well. But I really do know that this would be a great support for all of you to show the unity that you have with this community and being advocates to help House of Neighborly Services out. You were raised in Berthoud, Tim was raised in Berthoud, I was raised in Berthoud. There wasn't much for us to do being raised here. And you guys have gone a long way of finding with the rec center and things of that nature, but this would help out everybody in the community. So I hope that you really listen, put your hearts together, be strengthened, be with the community even more than you already are, and be adversaries for them.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, trustees, Mark Morris, 1134 Rubinet Lane, Berthoud. I want to come at this from a slightly different angle. I'm a supporter for sure. This project in completion, at its full, vibrant reality, other ministries in place, is something to be a source of great pride for our community. As a part of the mix of many of the things that you guys are working on and things that have been accomplished in recent time. I'm proud to be a homeowner here. I love this town. I am very proud of our city leadership and our town management, and I love that you guys all get along and love each other. It really means a lot to the citizens. $6 million. It's a lot of money. you don't ask, you don't get. So my ask is that, as you deliberate and consider this project and consider the ask, that if there's a heart to wanna partner in this, then be creative. The ask is 6 million. That's the goal. But how a collaboration might result in reaching that goal could come in a lot of different ways. There's so many, I come out of a business background, and I've done a lot of partnerships with cities through my career. There are many ways to come at this, so I just encourage you to be creative. And my hope and prayer is that one day, not too far from now, we'll have this thing built, and the town will be very proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right. Oh, we got one. Nope. Okay.
That was Aaron.
That was Aaron raising his hand. Coming back, Aaron. All right. We'll bring it back to the board for deliberation here. Oh, we got one.
Hi, my name is Amber Schneider. I live at 524 Redwood Circle here in town. I am by myself and disabled, and places like this are what helps me stay in Colorado. With Colorado getting so expensive to live, property tax and regular monthly bills, places like this is what keeps me where I grew up. And that is, I think, a bigger deal to help something like that than a lot of other things, because it helps so many people stay where they're at and be able to be in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation here. First, is there any questions for Ms. Hool or Ms. Tomasi? Sherry, or Ginger and Sherry, could you come back up by chance? Thank you. Trustee Albrecht.
No questions, but I want to, I've never done this from the dais, but I want to look you in the eye and say thank you. Like, I thank God for you. I thank God for what you're doing. I think that on behalf of all the thousands of people who have been in crisis situations in Berthoud for the last 30 years, they were helped and even saved because of people like you. And even my family has gone through crisis times, and we wouldn't be here without organizations pooling resources to keep us afloat. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of all of those people. It is such a blessing to have you here, to have organizations that are drawing together to bring resources to people who are in critical need. And I thank you for having eyes to see. You guys are the boots on the ground. Like, we see some of the elements, but just like I comment on the sheriff's office, we don't see the high crime in Berthoud like we hear about, because they're doing such a great job of managing it and taking care of those needs. You guys are the same way. We don't see these high rates of issues because of what a great job you are doing at providing services. If we didn't have that, we would notice. Without those things here, Berthoud would be not the intricate, amazing, tight-knit community that we have today. And so thank you for being in the background, doing those things for this community, and that's for you guys and your staff and everybody involved in H&S. And I didn't even know H&S was affiliated with religious organizations, but if it's religious organizations that are bringing the services to our community, I think that those are the people we should be partnering with, because those are important people in our community that need help. And as a town, we can't provide all those services, but we can partner with people who are. That is something we can do and should do. We know that the seniors do not have adequate resources in our community. We're trying every day to further meet those needs, but we know that we haven't hit that mark yet. And so this is an important need that's been a long time coming. we know that youth need more resources in the community and places to meet that are safe and have help for them, especially right now as crisis levels increase with the economy and the way that the world has been post-COVID. So thank you for thinking of them and a space for them. Beyond recreation, they also need resources for counseling and services. So those are things that Berthoud, like you said, at the rate we're at, we cannot continue to meet. So I'm fully supportive of that. There's so many things, you guys. I do think that we're obligated to meet the needs of those in crisis before anything else. I do think that if there is a crisis, which I loved, it definitely, struck my heart when you guys talked about a crisis response center, because just in my time here on the board and my time in Berthoud for the last decade, we've had a historic flood, 2 historic fires, a tornado, and riots in Berthoud. And I've had conversations with our mayor and our town staff and said, what would we do for our community if we had evacuations? Where's the food resources? Where's the meeting space for first responders if they need to put up a station for people to meet? And we come up empty because we're just not there yet. So to me, that alone, to have a crisis response area would be well worth any millions of dollars you could ask for, because if that came to our town, it would be too late. We wouldn't be able to provide the needs of our community. So thank you for even bringing that up. The other thing about, I can't speak to the 6 million because we would have to have a lot of conversations, obviously. But the first thing that comes to mind is we did spend $30 million on a recreation center, and we were able to figure out a way to do that and provide a need for recreation in our community. 6 million seems really small to me to provide for basic essential needs for people who need food and shelter and energy. That's gonna last a lifetime. It's a short investment, but a lifetime of services. So those are my thoughts on that. I'm excited to work with you guys and see how we can get more nonprofits. There's several other nonprofits in the room tonight, and I think about them and how they are out of meeting spaces. So I can't wait to hear more about how we can create that space for them and make sure that we have those collaborative movements going and keep Berthoud tight-knit and small town and supportive of one another. So I just want to thank you guys so much.
Since you guys are up here, let's just go down the line. We'll go Trustee Kurtz. Sounds like Trustee Albrecht, you're supportive.
You here, or do you wanna start with trustee Wing?
What?
You wanna start with trustee Wing?
He's on hand.
No, it doesn't matter. I was gonna go that way, but okay.
Okay, no, I'll go next, sorry, I didn't know if you were. Well, yeah, I guess I'll just echo a lot what my fellow trustees said. It's your, the passion you bring is very evident, and the impact you have is even more evident for citizens. I guess I'll have my comments be a little wonky from a political sense. I think about the location of Berthoud and where it's located here on the south side of Larimer County, and I don't want to say we're forgotten because we do have great partnerships with the county, but we are very far south, and so you guys currently fill a lot of gaps, and if this Life Center were to be realized, I think you would continue to fill those gaps plus new ones that arise over time. So overall, I am supportive of the town staff working with the House and Neighborhood Service to see what can be done. Obviously we need to think about price. We got to think for some legal things. So those are future discussions that need to happen. But when we think about our community touchstones, especially sustainability and resilience, you've helped folks stay in their homes, help them stay afloat when there's a crisis. That's the resilience part. So I think there's a lot of alignment of what we think about here on, I guess, the town side. So it seems like a partnership that would work out quite a bit. Just trying to see if there were any other notes I had. I don't think so. Just thank you for your presentation and for all the work you've done so far, and looking forward to hopefully working with you all over the next couple months.
Trustee Wing?
Yeah, the people that spoke did a fantastic job, very, very touching, emotional, really good. You guys are doing an amazing job. And I'm not cold-hearted. What I am is how do we get it done, right? And sometimes it's painful and you have to give up some things. And I don't know processes. I haven't been around long enough. I don't know how we interface or interact with groups like yours. But I know we just did a bike park, right? And I don't know if that's 20 acres or what it was, but I believe the land was donated. And I'm just using that as an example. Is there a piece of land that we have or again, I don't know the legalities of any of this, I'm just pontificating, but the reason I'm doing that is to try to get us to an end state. You know, if we did some land and you sold your land, which is worth a lot more now than you paid for it, and we did a steel building that accommodated all your needs, you know, could we get something done that isn't, again, this is a beautiful building and I'm not knocking it for that, I love it, but I'm just saying, 6 million is just 10 million for the whole project. It's just rich. And is it needed? Yeah, everybody has certainly voiced it. And I'm not gonna go into the macroeconomics of our federal government and their role in this, right? That's totally out of scope. It's a shame, but it is. But so now we have to do things at the local level. So I think there's absolutely, you get a lot of smart people together and they can start trimming things and still get you to what you need. You may not love it, but it performs the need that you need to fulfill. And that's where I come from. I think there's a win-win. I think you can meet in the middle somewhere. There can be give and take from different people. So that's my only comment.
Trustee Ayers, thank you.
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you to you two specifically and your staff and all the donors that you work with. This is the ability and the willingness to work with a community and see the needs of that community and actually put your boots on the ground and address those concerns is something that is just necessary for the health of everyone concerned, right? And it's the hardest work to do, right? So thank you, right? Thank you to everyone who spoke. I know it's difficult, but your input to us is very helpful when we're going over these kinds of conversations. And thank you to everyone who came to show support, right? And, we don't always get people just here listening, showing your physical support is helpful to us to understand that this is something that the community backs. This is something that the community needs. And I don't really have a whole lot to add on the other trustees' comments, right? I think they were all spot on. I share the same concerns, but I also understand and share their praises for everything that's been done. So I am in support of this. I would like to see what we can do, what workarounds we can make to help cut the cost, but I don't want it to be like this is something that shouldn't have to be about cost, but that is a part of it, right? That's an unfortunate part. And so anytime I don't want to speak for everyone, but anytime that we have discussions about cost, from my own point of view, that is a necessary evil. It's not necessarily what I'm thinking about at the moment, right? So, to Trustee Swing's part, let's work through this. Let's see if we can find workarounds. Let's see if we can find corners to cut. But other than that, I'm kind of looking forward to see what the next presentations are, what the next phases of this information that we can get, and that these conversations that have had to move this forward.
Trustee Hardy.
So another question. That land over there, the building, you guys own that whole island, right? The building only takes up what, half?
We've
So
moved
you've
it
got
to a
room to
half
build.
so we can expand as the town needs us to expand.
And some people have told you it's too small. So what's missing? Is it just square footage or what's missing? What do you guys have to cut?
It would, what we've heard is the space may not be big enough if it ends up needing to be youth and a senior center, and what nonprofits actually need space in there and what community spaces. And that's where we're like, well, we're trying to get this building built, more money is gonna have to come to the table for us to go bigger, but the beauty of the property that we have and why we've moved the building to the one side is because as our town continues to grow and the needs continue to grow, we can grow that life center as a community with it. And I also want to point out one other thing about the location. Part of the strategy as to why that property was purchased
for us to put there. It's within walking distance of the high school, the junior high school, and one of the elementaries that doesn't have to cross, major streets, so that kids after school can get to us, and not have to worry about how they would get there or figure out a way to bus them in.
I remember before you guys were looking for a discrete location, and then when I found out you bought that, I was like, well, that's not real discrete. Yeah, but it is a good location. So creativity, cooperation, how is the money gonna be spent? How do we get the money? Pete's probably gonna love me on this one. You see him sitting back to right me. The rec center was a big purchase, and we found some creative ways to finance that. So is there a way, you wanna say it? Is there a way to use COPs to build a process like this? I mean, it would have to be a town-owned building probably, but how would COPs play into this thing of financing to where it's not hitting our books as hard as actual taking cash out, borrow? You guys are leasing the property in a sense to the nonprofits at low rates. Is there enough leasing revenue generation to cover a portion or all of what the payment would be? There's venture capitalists, I don't know what this current interest rate is on the COP type thing, but I know we got a pretty decent one on the rec center that was lower than if we borrowed loans or whatever on that. But that's just kind of my creative way of functioning here, is because everything that's in this thing we do need. You see it on Facebook every day, you hear people talking about it. The town's growing. There's lots of nonprofits, there's more to come. I'm trying to talk more about creating like a Berthoud Housing Authority and working with Loveland Housing Authority. That's something that could fit in there somehow. There's just so many other things of need in here to get people and keep them housed, like you said. This is not a homeless situation, this is an unhomeless, or this is a unhomelessness homing session. Did I say that in the right way?
Housing retention.
I don't know, I like to throw some rhythm in there. But no, this is something I definitely support, but it's like, how do we do it and keep everybody, or the majority, happy? And that's always our difficult job up here. It's really easy to make people angry, but it's really hard to make them happy, or at least the majority happy. So how do we do that creatively? Again, me and Brett are kind of on the same thing about being financially fiscal with the money. Is this responsible to take that big chunk of change out of our general fund? There's gotta be creative ways to do this. And with the town's ability to borrow money or get COPs or anything like that, or even your, I don't know, as a nonprofit. I almost kind of, when I first read this pack, I kind of felt like, well, you guys did your fundraising on this part, now you're just so excited, let's like get our new toy and let's build this thing now, just ask for the town to pay the balance. But the more I thought of it, it's like, well, that's thinking negatively. We've gotta find a way to do this in a positive way and do it responsibly still. So, I don't know, that'd be my direction for town staff and the attorney to kind of look at the, can we finance this in a way that doesn't break the bank for anyone, but then gets the job done? And then can we, do we have to like do 6 million, or can we say 10 million and have that buffer in there and then just do it right? I'm always about doing things right the right first time anyway, but that's just my creative thought process right there. How we do it, and then does the building remain town property, and we got a lease agreement with HNS with your partner, so I don't know. There's a solution here someplace. It's just a matter of talking it through and talking out loud and listening to this side saying, no, that's not the way to do it, and listening to this side saying, no, that's not the way to do it. So you've gotta listen to all the naysayers, and then you'll find the yes answer someplace in the middle, so.
It's coming to the table, that's what we're asking for.
Cause there's gonna be a lot of people saying, no, but there's a solution there someplace. You just gotta get all the no's out of the way.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for all your work. First and foremost, I'm up here for the least of us in our community, and everything you guys are doing is great. Obviously, the big hurdle here is the $6 million ask. But once you guys brought this to my attention and Mayor Karspek's attention with our initial meeting, my instincts as an architect, but also having a responsibility to the taxpayers, I think there is a solution to this, at least from what I see initially. I do believe we need a youth space, we do need a senior space, we do need those functions. And looking at your footprint, you can easily carve off roughly, I don't know what the square footage here would be, but 30 to 40% of the square footage already meets that senior center need. Community room, kitchen, conference room, lobby, and then kind of core restroom functions, which seem to me as a natural space that you could put in a demising wall for, or have proportional representation on the building committee that would have us as a minority partner or a majority partner, and obviously we'd have to work out those details. But for that kind of ask, I feel the town needs and deserves a permanent partnership and stake in this project. But I do feel like we should prioritize this. I know a lot of people want to see other recreational projects. I certainly do, but we have to take care of our citizens first and foremost. And keeping them housed is the best way. So, going forward, I would love to entertain more discussions on this and how we go forward. But personally, my opinion is I see the need for those uses in particular for our town. And us functioning either as a majority or minority tenant and providing, 40 or 60% of those funds seems to make sense to me in meeting that solution without setting a precedent of just giving the substantial chunk to an organization, if that makes sense. So those are my initial thoughts. I'd love to continue these discussions.
Awesome. Great. Not much I can add, and thank you again all for showing up tonight. It's very emotional, and Ginger, knowing you since 2018 and getting the pleasure of working with your husband, and your history and your dedication. I'm gonna start getting emotional here. At the 35th anniversary, just how packed Brookside was, you invited us all to that. I've never seen that room that packed, and I didn't know a dry eye in that room after your speech, after the testimonials from that video. The folks that came in tonight and gave your story, myself probably growing up would be using this facility if it existed. It means a lot, and I'm not saying Trustee Hardy said it was a toy, but it's certainly no toy. This would be the most necessary thing I think we'd have in the community. If we had to, I think this would sail in a ballot if we had to go that far. The reason the COP happened just because the voters said no, and then the board went ahead with the debt anyways. So, but I just want to say, if the board goes ahead with this, I think a big part of this is reaching out to the county. We discussed this, the commissioners, reaching out to our state reps, which we've already been kind of doing, and then our federal reps too, with Caraveo and Bennett and Hickenlooper, and try to just wrestle as much funds as we can. I don't know if we've ever gone to the extent that we might have to do for this, but it's certainly a cause that everything else rests on. If we have to push back to the people on why are we going this far, which I don't think we'd have to do, it's how much more child and elder neglect do you need? How many seniors that can't have mobility? What does that mean, down to awful things like suicide or having to be hospitalized? How many folks have to leave the community? How many people are malnourished because you don't exist? And I think when we explain it that way, this is why it's way more important than anything recreational we have. This is really a foundation and a tenet of why we exist. So I couldn't be more supportive of this project. I couldn't be more supportive and thankful that you guys asked for this amount, not like $250,000 and then you're coming back. This is what we need. And I do think initial expansion or soon expand, we tend to build things fun size, right? Right after we build it, we gotta expand it. From the fire building to even the rec center to the library, these things happen. So having that outlook, that extra land to think that way, I think is fantastic. And I think that's the way. So I can be more supportive of working with staff, working with the board, trying to bring in the other community groups that need the space for a very low amount, $150, $200 for a month. We don't have any low-income mental health programs in this town. So as being on the Behavioral Health Policy Council, we're the only community that can't fight for county grants. So having a space for them is huge for all of us. So I couldn't be more supportive myself too, so I'm just happy to be on the board that's like this. Is there anything else we'd like to add before we?
So sometimes someone said creative, you have to think outside the box, right? So this is gonna sound like left field, so just bear with me and give me a little latitude, but the bingo room in Longmont, there's no parking, it's so popular. Their big parking lot, you can't even, it overflows. And that thing is printing money. You've got this big community room. If we did bingo one day a month, it probably would fund this whole thing. I know that's left field, I know I'm thinking crazy.
Now we got the veterans looking at it too. Wait a minute.
You gotta get creative, and that's just one idea, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's 50 more ideas just like that.
Movie night.
Where we could turn this into something that could really be a profit generator that could help fund this whole thing. So, I think that's one of the things you have to do is think outside the box, what else could we do? What might work? And I'm just looking at the second floor going, and nice people go to those things and they dump a ton of dough. And so, anyhow, it's just one idea and it's just, I think we have to be creative in some of our thinking.
Here's another question, cause I know,
I could do it.
I know this came up once before, that you guys basically just operate the center from like, what, 9 to 5?
No,
Or
a
is it
life
gonna be-
center, that's our hours that we're able to be open right now. But in a life center is open 24/7, depending on the tenants that are in there. So if nonprofits need to serve 7 days a week, they can serve 7 days a week.
Okay.
It's accessible and
Cause he
available.
kind of ran on the whole thing about bingo night. In fact, I remember going down to the fire station for bingo nights. They pulled the fire trucks out, we set up tables in there. That was a blast. But anyway, and then movie nights, because you guys have basically a
Absolutely.
theater room. I've been to the Loveland location and seen the room in there, and it looks like a movie theater. But do you guys also rent it out for events?
We do,
Okay,
and
so
very
it could be an
low
event
cost,
place,
yeah.
or someone could have a wedding reception or something.
Exactly, birthday parties, life
Yeah.
events, community gatherings.
Shower.
There's a revenue stream there, and that's.
There is,
Yeah.
and that's what
That's just my
supports
business
the
mind
bill.
clicking.
No, exactly, and that's all of that together, and we have a business, we can lay that out for you, the cost versus the expenses foreseen in this building. But that's the beauty of the Life Center, is the community's all chipping in and it pays for itself.
Yeah.
It's not the operating cost going forward, it's getting it built that we're looking at right
And that's kind of where we're at. It's like, okay, we've made it this far. God, we just gotta get over that one big hurdle. And it's like, do we raise money for the next 10 years? Or do we find a way to get it now and then?
Exactly. And it'll be cheaper if we do it now, because in 10 years, it's probably gonna be 20
This
million.
conversation seems very similar to another one that we had in the last 4 years. But anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta build it now and things like that, we need money now and enjoy it later.
Absolutely. I just have one additional
Go ahead.
quick, I just wanted to point out that I do really appreciate the aesthetics and the architecture of the design, especially since it's downtown. And especially since we've worked really hard as a board to promote really beautiful downtown structures to feel cohesive. And so I actually think it's really lovely. It doesn't look like maybe a traditional nonprofit organization that people don't want to see. It looks beautiful and inviting, and I think that feels more present. So thank you for that.
I do wanna
Excellent.
clarify my toy comment. That
No,
was,
I know.
that was my
We-
naysayer.
Yeah.
That was my naysayer.
Well, if
personality
anyone
talking.
says it's a toy, I think
Not the,
we'll all have
not the
words for
support
that.
of.
We do need to move on. Clerk, rather than just giving direction, do you mind if we just make it a little more formal and do we'll do a motion and then we can call out? Does that work for you? Okay. Is there a motion to have the Life Center work with staff and members of the community and trustees? We'll see you guys many more times, so this won't be it. Is there a motion to go ahead and do that?
I would make that one.
All right, trustee Wing has moved on it. Trustee Hardy is second. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Carsberg.
Yes. All right, thank you, and thank you for everyone who showed up tonight for this. Want to keep going? Okay. All right. That's the thing I was gonna ask for a minute. That's what I was just asking Tim. Take your call. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Alright, let's tell her to stay off. You see her? Proclamation for Women's Equality Day. And I'll just go ahead and read that off. Call the meeting back to order. Whereas equality under the law is a fundamental value of Americans, and whereas women of the United States have worked to gain full rights and privileges, public and private, legal or institutional, as citizens of the United States, and whereas the fight for women's rights to vote began as early as the 1840s, involved a long struggle that spanned generations of suffragists, and the amendment, first proposed and rejected in 1878, was reintroduced every year for the next 41 years. And whereas women in every state and every cultural and religious group worked to secure women's rights to vote through the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which states that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. And whereas Congress designated August 26, the date the 19th Amendment was certified, as Women's Equality Day. And whereas this year's theme for Women's Equality Day is inspire inclusion and prioritize equity, access, and opportunity of women's work for democracy. And now therefore I, William Karspeck, as mayor of the town of Berthoud, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, encourage the residents of the town of Berthoud to commemorate Women's Equality Day on August 26th as a national day celebrating the importance of the women's suffrage movement and work to secure and expand equal rights today. Thank you very much. Is there someone in the audience here to accept this? Thank you very much, man. Sorry, I didn't know you were here.
It's fine.
Appreciate what you did.
Thank you so very much.
All right. Commanders, presidents, we got former mayor here, former fire chief, and I just want to thank you all for waiting as we put the House of Neighborly Service first, just given the size of that crowd there. And I wish they could hear what your guys doing, but at the same time, it puts a lot of pressure on us, so we really couldn't focus. So let's go back to the Caretakers of Tradition presentation. We have Mr. Ward here. Oh, we have all three, all right. Mr. Rimsky and Mr. Cowden as well.
Pete Cowden, 605 7th Street. Retired Assistant Chief of the Berthoud Volunteer Fire Department, which should tell you how old I am because we haven't had a volunteer fire department since 1987. Berthoud Fire Department was formed in 1888. The Berthoud Hose Company #1 with the purchase of a hand-drawn hose cart and 600 feet of 2.5-inch fire hose. In 1927, the town of Berthoud purchased their very first motorized fire truck, 1927 GMC Julius Pierce fire truck. The fire department's been in possession of both of those pieces of equipment since 1888. In 1987, the volunteers of the department at that time did a restoration on the engine for the 1988 Berthoud Centennial. That was the first improvement to that truck. The hand cart had never been touched up until recently. In 2018, 5 of us, the last of the command level officers from the volunteer fire department, formed a 501c3 nonprofit in hopes of doing completion of the restoration of both those pieces of equipment, and then also constructing a permanent home and display location for both of those. We had no idea whether we'd be able to do that or not. We approached the fire district in 2018 about this idea. They granted us permission to do it if we could raise the funds to build an addition to the station as a museum, which now is a historic vehicle equipment showroom for code purposes in there. It is not a museum. Anyway, we had no idea whether we had any kind of a hope of completing any of these projects. But over the last 6 years, we started out for the first 3 years sitting in the park during Berthoud Day, going door to door, knocking on doors, asking for community contributions towards this project. Our original estimate was a little over $200,000 to build the addition on the station to house this equipment. We had no idea how in the world we would ever get that kind of money. So for the first 3 years, it was all just basically sitting in the park with a cup in our hand begging for handouts. And in that process, we raised about $60,000 over 3 years from community donations from people that were individuals interested in the project. We realized by a couple of years ago, we were never going to get this done with that process. So we started thinking, as you're talking tonight in discussion about H&S, what to do, how we were going to approach this. Joined in my group tonight, I have retired Chief John Beck, I have retired Chief Jerry Ward, and retired Lieutenant Paul Rimsky. Also, retired Chief John Erickson was part of our original 5 of this group. Unfortunately, Chief Erickson passed away on January 2nd of this year and was not able to see the completion of this project. But 2 years ago, Chief Ward previously had experience of doing an in-kind donation process through the town of Windsor when they were building a fire museum over there. So we started researching the possibility of doing that. And because we had formed a 501c3 in 2018 for tax-deductible donation purposes, our Caretakers of Tradition named group, we decided to try to switch gears and see, as we were talking about alternate ways to raise funds. Chief Beck, when the community center was being constructed, had established a relationship with one of the superintendents from FCI Constructors, the general contractor for the community center, rec center. So John suggested, why don't we go down, maybe approach FCI and see if maybe they could give us some help some way in giving us some guidance on this process. We went down, we spoke to the vice president of FCI Constructors, and they got on board with us and went out and started contracting all of their subcontractors that had worked on the rec center in Berthoud, people that were familiar with the area, people that lived and worked here in the area, and that got us started off on the process. For the last 2 years, we started going out literally door to subcontractors, contractors, architects, engineers, everybody that we knew we had to have participation from to get this project to come together. Over the last 2 years, we were able in this process to raise over $190,000 of a $250,000 project to complete our project as we had designed on there. We had commitments from contractors throughout northern Colorado and participants, everybody from Firestone, Frederick, Erie, to Greeley, to Fort Collins, to Longmont, to Berthoud, Loveland, Johnstown. Companies from everywhere stepped up to help us with this project. And we are here tonight to thank the town of Berthoud. We had come to you a little over a year ago to discuss what we were doing to apply for our building permit and get started on our project. The town of Berthoud, and we're here to thank the board tonight in grateful appreciation that you waived our building permit fees for us, our tap fees, which amounted to several $1,000s for us. We've done this project without any tax money, which we're very proud to say that we did that on our own to get this project completed. We broke ground on this project last September. I was honored to be selected to be the managing superintendent for the project, which I hadn't planned on doing, but it kind of fell in my lap. Our general contractor, Jason Hepp, here in town, Aegis Construction, also did Berthoud Drug and Boutique, and the building permits for the Berthoud Drug Store and our project happened to hit at exactly the same time. So Jason was tied up with the drugstore. Knowing I had a construction background, he asked me if, well, you've got a shop right here in town, would you mind if we get a material delivery or something, maybe just run down and take delivery on the material? Sure. Well, that turned into a full-time management project for me for 9 months. I closed my shop to build a new fire museum. Anyway, we're here tonight not to belabor this any farther, but to thank the town board and the community in general, because the waiver of those permits, while it was not a direct financial contribution to us, technically it is, because you waived
the tax money that would have been taken in for that. So from that standpoint, we did get it, but I think that was a commitment on your part for the entire Berthoud community. So anyway, in grateful appreciation to the board, and a thank you for everyone.
Oh, sweet.
For the completion of the new Berthoud Historical Vehicle Equipment Showroom, I would like to present the town of Berthoud
Oh, wow.
with the rendering.
I'll pass this to the board, but it's a, for the audience here, it's a great picture of the historic truck and hose cart in front of the
The
museum.
building was completed in late May. We actually had our community grand opening at the end of May. But tonight, Lieutenant Brinsky just returned from the district fire board meeting tonight. We completed the contract with the district board tonight, made the actual donation of the building to the district board. We are open now to the public on Saturday mornings from 9 to 12. So we would invite the board, if you'd like to do a group retreat, to come and tour the building. We would be happy to host you all for that. Or if you can make it down, bring your kids and come down. The goal of this is for the restoration, the preservation of the history of the fire department in Berthoud, and then also for education for future firefighters coming in today. So that's what our focus is. So again, we're here simply to say thank you all, and we certainly appreciate your help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mackey.
I missed that last part. Did you say there's an event? Is there something happening specifically?
Saturday mornings, we're open for public.
Oh, every Saturday?
Open to the public, every Saturday from 9 to 12 at least, probably through into the fall until the weather starts to change. We may go to 2 days a month or something during the winter.
Real quick, gentlemen, I know the Mayor Pro Tem and I and Trustee Albrecht were there. I think there might have been some others. It's a fantastic building. And I love the history to that, and I know how hard you worked, and I'm just impressed how quickly you were able to do that with outside funds as well. So overall, I want to thank you as a citizen and as a board member for doing that and tying us to our history, knowing not just the hose cart and the truck, but all the history up to that and going forward was just super impressive to walk around. So I love the idea and just wanted to thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much. I think we had a lot of help from the big guy upstairs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Berthoud VFW funding request. We have several gentlemen, and ladies here tonight too, from the auxiliary. Thank you for waiting as well.
Mayor Karspeck, Town Trustee Kirk, trustees, or Town Administrator Kirk. Trustees.
We all knew what you meant.
All right. Sergeant Williamson, Berthoud residents in attendance tonight with those joining online, thank you for having us. My name is Craig Patriquin. I am the commander of the Berthoud VFW, Post 12189, Specialist Gabriel Condi Memorial.
I'm Sarah Garman. I'm with the Berthoud VFW Auxiliary, Post 12189.
And I'm Bart Bartholomew, Commander of the American Legion, Post 67.
And I'm Neil Shaw, Quartermaster for the post.
So what I think we did as a group of our three organizations is we took the initiative to try and step ahead and see what the town board might ask of us. So we prepared some bullet points. We'll run through those and happy to answer any questions that you have additionally. So that the town knows and the trustees know what exactly we're about to talk about. The Berthoud Post 67, the American Legion, named after Staff Sergeant Justin Bauer, who was a Berthoud High School graduate killed in action. Post 67 was originally chartered as one of the first American Legions, not only in Colorado, but in the United States. So early 1920s, Berthoud Post 67 has been around. Berthoud Post 67 has never had a home. We've met in barns, we've met in community spaces. We're currently meeting at the Lions Club and paying to share their space. We've never had a home. We've never had a brick and mortar. And then when Gabriel Condi was killed in action, we formed the Berthoud VFW in his honor. And since then, the VFW has not had a home either. So we are here tonight discussing the building just south of Ace Hardware. There's a building there, there's a basement downstairs. That building has a functional kitchen. It has plenty of space for us to set up our 3 organizations, about to be a 4th organization with the American Legion Auxiliary. So we can host events, and we'll go into what we are going to use it for as the Berthoud Veterans Group, and also how the town can benefit from it. That's pretty accurate so far.
Pretty close.
All right, so how will the local veterans and veteran organizations benefit? Mr. Bart.
Thank you, City of the town of Berthoud. When you come to a place like Berthoud, you're gonna have veterans that's going to have a place to have a home, like Craig talked about, and they're going to have community events. We are now, like he said, we're renting from the Lions Club, and we are tearing up and setting down each time we have a meeting, both the VFW and American Legion. The auxiliary is using another facility in Berthoud to have their meetings. So with this home, we can set up and stay up. When we walk into our building, our flags will be up, and they won't be hidden in the corners or hidden in a shed, and we'll be able to see our pre-decor, our awards, our pictures, our national presidents, all that kind of stuff, which now is in a basket, because we have no place to share them. We get awards for membership. We have no place to share that, show that. So when somebody comes to the Lions Club, they see what the Lions Club did, which is fine. But we are the American Legion of the VFW. We want to share with what we got. Here again, most towns in the city or the state of the United States have a building. So when veterans need a place to gather, to get camaraderie, they have to go to a restaurant somewhere or some other place to do that. And with a American Legion of VFW and the auxiliaries, we now have a place that they can come to do that. And also renting a place, if something comes up during the month and we need to have a meeting, we have to call somebody from the Lions Club and say, we need a space this afternoon, this evening, is it open? And yeah, no, and then if it's yes, we have to go someplace else. If it's no, so here again, that alleviates, we have a place now that we don't have to worry about that. Recruiting, this is the only way that we sustain our memberships and our organizations is by recruiting. When we visit like birthday days and Oktoberfest, when we talk to veterans and men and women and the auxiliary, we invite them to come to a meeting. And well, where's your post? Well, it's the Lions Club, and they want a brick and mortar. They want a home. They don't say that. But being around the Legion for as long as I have, it's a pretty sweet deal to have a home. So that's another. Recruiting is going to help us. Fundraisers were talked about, and you helped because we want to do bingo, but now somebody else is going to do bingo because he helped. That's okay. I mean, there might be 2 bingo nights now. So, but anyway, by getting this building and having the city help us, we have opportunities to have fundraisers, and that's going to sustain our our way of paying for a place to keep as a home. I don't know how many people have ever heard of our chili cook-off, but we're gonna have the 5th annual chili cook-off this year. And we've never had a kitchen to set it up. We've always had to borrow somebody else's place. And it's usually a very small place and it's crowded and stuff like this. Won't have to do that this year, if we get this. So that's pretty much all I gotta say. I was so excited when I saw it. I thought, gosh, you know, we might have a home and so I hope that this comes to fruition and we get it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So, good job, Commander. I just wanted to highlight a few things that the commander spoke on. Esprit de corps, it's huge for us. It's a brotherhood, it's a sisterhood. We need that as veterans. We lose that when we leave active duty. Having a home of our own builds esprit de corps. The other thing I want to touch on is I travel a lot with my family. When I hit a town, my wife was here, she can attest to this, I seek out the VFW and the American Legion in that town. I want to eat there, I want to have a cup of coffee with the local veterans, I want to be a part for a short time with that community of veterans. And then the last thing that the commander spoke on was membership. Here we are, little old Berthoud, leading the charge in the American Legion in membership. We have been 110% plus each year. No other post in District 4, American Legion, is doing what we're doing in growth. We are growing. We are creating new ways for people to come, join, be a part of esprit de corps with other veterans. Like, it's working in our numbers, in the banner that the commander spoke of, that we hang on our flag, showing that we're growing and we're doing a good job at doing that. So I will turn it over to President Garma.
Part of our nonprofit charter is to provide community service, veteran entertainment, education, scholarships, and patriotism. So we are trying to benefit the community by trying to continue to do our annual Thanksgiving and Christmas food drives. We helped the House of Neighborly Service a couple weeks ago with donations in clothing. We raised over 835 pounds of clothing, 1,500 pounds of food, and toiletries, and $700 in donations. So we would like to continue to partner with them. And then community events, bingo, we've already sent in the gaming license. We want to do maybe karaoke night, line dancing, poker. And then we also just started partnering with the Wreaths Across America. So we are starting that organization for Berthoud. Anything else you'd like to add?
Next, thank you. Next, we just like to bring up Neil. Neil's our numbers guy. I'm gonna be really honest. When we first approached the owner of this building, he wrote a 5-year lease. In his lease, it was a 5-year lease. We struggle with that because we don't have the funds currently to do that, part in which why we're here today. The lease says 5 years. We're shooting for the moon and hoping for the best. So, Neil?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Neil Shaw, quartermaster for the post. If those of you that may not know what the quartermaster in the ages past did, they normally came in with a lockbox full of money and paid all of the troops that came in through the area. Usually I had a guard there with me to be able to protect the lockbox. Oh, you're okay. All right.
You got Mark.
Yeah, I got Mark. Well, let's see. I think I'll go with him. All right.
I tried.
Okay. Anyway, what they ask is, currently we're asking for $1,000 a month for rent for the first year. If possible, we'd also like to propose rent on a yearly basis out of different funding years for possibly another 4 years to be able to cover the total cost of the 5-year contract or lease on that property. So that's the ask on this, and everyone here is very reasonable, and we're trying to make the best out of out of the situation. We're not coming here asking for $6 million or $200,000 or anything like that, but anything that you folks can help out with, greatly appreciated. Questions for me?
I have some questions if we're at that point.
Go ahead, staff, real quick, do you have
Can
anything?
I just
to
add one last thing before,
Yeah.
is that cool, Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like other organizations that came before you, it's obvious we don't have a PowerPoint, we'll work on that, but.
I sent out your pictures, I was gonna say.
Others have said how they've raised, how they funded, how they did a fantastic job, especially House and Neighborly Services, the fire chiefs that just spoke to you. Before I became commander of the American Legion, before I was commander of the VFW, Commander Paul Talafuse told me once something very powerful. It's not the duty of the American Legion or the VFW to have money in an account. That's not why we exist. The money that we raise, the money that we fundraise, the money that's donated to us goes back to the community and helping not only veterans in need, but also through our Christmas and Thanksgiving dinners. That's not just for veteran families, that's birthed veterans in need. So our goal isn't to have money in the bank. That's why we don't have a lot of money to spend on a rent. I just wanted to point that out there.
That's a great point, thank you. I'm gonna turn it over to Administrator Kirk. When we initially got this to the board, there were some questions about, this might answer some questions about wheelchair accessibility in a lift. Did we get that worked out as far as the potential of it?
So I think there's a couple answers to that question. The first is from a building code perspective, because they're not intending to make major changes to the building. They don't have to install accessibility, or they don't have to install ADA access into the building with like a lift or an elevator. That would be triggered in certain circumstances in the building code. I think what they're discussing, that would not. And our building code official feels that way.
Thank you.
And then the question is, if the board wants to support the use of that building financially for veteran support services, can piggyback on the funding we've already provided for veteran support services. You may recall we contracted with them using our ARPA funds to be able to provide rent and utility assistance and other kinds of veteran support through those ARPA funds. If you wanted to piggyback on that, the question is, do you want to do that if the building is not accessible? I think that's just a question that I had that I think would be important to answer, and if you felt like that was an important addition, if that's something that the board wants to also help fund and support.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarification, this is still not the space beneath Mountain Ridge Dentistry, and the access is from 3rd Street, correct? So right next to Ace Hardware, but underneath.
That's correct, Mayor.
Trustee Wynn?
So, could you clarify, Chris, what you were saying about we're funding something or have VFW? What is that?
Yeah, so there were some state and local recovery funds that were sent out via the federal government. I like to refer to as manna from heaven. We just got checks from the federal government during COVID with some kind of broadly defined expected uses. One of the original uses was utility support, utility assistance for folks, and so yeah, and then later that just anyone in the community, and then later the use of those funds, the definition got broadened to basically anything the town thinks it should spend money on, except for like salaries and pensions and a very narrow list of excluded uses. We did. Was that last year already?
Last year.
Yes.
Gosh, that feels like that was just last month. We contracted with the VFW to.
Actually, the American Legion.
With the American Legion. Thank you for correcting me. I know I'm terrible. I get the two confused. We contracted with the American Legion to provide veteran support services They've been providing monthly financial reports based on what that money's been spent on. And the board actually, I think, even agreed to fund more than the original request, if I recall. But anyway, we supported them financially using those ARPA funds last year.
Are there any funds left?
I can't recall off the top of my head the most recent report. I think most of it's been spent.
Yes, yes.
Well, but it was really kind of seed money also because we provided that money up front so that they could start to provide services that then they can get reimbursed through other sources for. And so as they didn't have the money up front to provide the services, and their other funding agencies wouldn't allow the money to be spent ahead of time. So they had to spend their own funds and then get reimbursed. Does that make sense? So we provided kind of that seed money to then start that ball rolling.
Okay. I ran a business in New York and I raised millions of dollars every year just for veterans and did honor flight and all kinds of stuff. So there's ways to raise money to support you guys for things. I do have a couple questions. I didn't follow everything. So on Mountain View and what's the intersection street? And so there's a new dentistry right there.
Right, and if you just go to the north of where you enter into the dentistry, there's a couple steps up and then down.
Okay.
It's that basement.
And there's a kitchen down there.
Yes.
Would you plan on having a liquor license too?
Not looking at.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Well, not really, we're not looking that far. We're looking for a gaming license.
So if someone owns that building and that space down there, and have you entered into a 5-year lease already?
No, it's
yeah.
proposed.
And what's the square footage of that area, do you know?
2,100, I think.
And what's the price, what are they charging you per square foot?
$850 is the total rent
For the first year.
for the first
Per
year.
month.
Per month,
Per
and that
month.
goes up each year.
Okay.
So we're figuring in, Sarah told me today that utilities are included, but we would have to figure in a few other things, so we're
Insurance.
kind of budgeting for $1,000 a month is our kind of roundabout number.
And it's not accessible to the current code, and is that an issue?
From a building code perspective, no.
Okay.
Are you talking about the current membership?
Just for their usage, I mean, they can do that. This post 67 was started in the 1920s, and that was a birthed post?
Yes, sir.
And so for 100 years, you've just been meeting wherever, you never ever in those 100 years had a spot to
Yes.
really group to meet?
Well, yeah,
Did we have a spot?
no,
We're always
meeting
hosts.
wherever,
Like the Lions or a restaurant?
yeah, meeting wherever.
Can I answer that? So I was the commander of the American Legion for 6 years in this town. While commander, I took over from Paul Talafuse, who was the previous commander, so all my knowledge comes from Paul. I do know that Berthoud Post 67 has come and gone over the years. It was established way back in the early 1920s, went away for a time, came back, went away for a time, and then when Staff Sergeant Justin Bauer was killed, it came back. And since that time, we have been paying for space at the Lions Club, which I don't want to hear, you all to hear, we're not grateful for that space. We really are. It's
And
just where
does
we've
the
been.
American Legion have a building in town?
No,
They don't.
no, we do not.
We both, American Legion, VFW, both go to the Lions Club.
Okay.
Neither one of us have a
At
home.
the same, you have your meetings together combined or not?
No,
No.
different days.
separate organizations.
And auxiliary too, right?
The auxiliary meets at Glass of Art.
Okay. And your ask here today is for support for that $1,000 a month rent, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Trustee here for Tim.
That's all good. I was just gonna ask, what's your current membership for all three organizations?
We got about 40,
Right now, the VFW auxiliary is at 18 members.
and we've got 42
And
or
the
43.
VFW is at right around 42,
Yeah,
43.
43.
American Legion's at 38. When I joined, it was 9.
9?
Yes.
9.
And what was the other one you said, what was that for?
The auxiliary, VFW auxiliary is at 18.
What is an auxiliary?
We support, or we're separate from the VFW. but we are one post. So we do events together.
They are wives and descendants of descendants of foreign wars, just like the American Legion has an auxiliary. Our ladies take charge of that, and they are pretty much our backbone because they run an awful lot of stuff that we can't get to.
You said this building has a kitchen, so you would be doing some meals there?
Yes.
Yes, sir, okay.
And the VFW auxiliary does allow men or women.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Spouses and families, yeah.
Yes.
Any questions? Let's open it up to the audience, just in case there's any in the audience that wants to speak to this.
Do we have any veterans out there?
All right, we'll bring it back. Oh, all right, thank you. Excellent. Bring it back to the board here. Just real quick, there's 67 in the nation, right? Not in the state. Post number 67.
67 in the state.
Oh, in the state, okay.
Yeah, we have like 21 districts in Colorado in the American Legion. I don't know about the VFW. Post 4 is Larimer County, and we have something like 20 posts. And we have a post 4, which is in 1919, when it was established. We got post 15, which was 1919. So anything under 100 probably was in 1919 or 1920, because the American Legion was established in 1919 in Paris, France, after the war was over.
Okay.
After World War I.
I think the state has. Any other questions real quick? Okay. Administrator Kirk, is there anything else you want to add as far as funding? Anything you had?
Other than I was just being a little flippant earlier about the SLRF funds, so.
I felt the same way.
I didn't mean to be flippant about that.
Other than that being a pandemic, it was a gold mine, so.
A little bit. But no, I think, certainly I think the request, there are a couple of issues with a long-term obligation, like we couldn't commit for 5 years worth of rent assistance because you'd have to make that annual appropriation. You can't, otherwise you can't create a long-term fiscal obligation under the state constitution. So you'd have to make a decision about should we fund 1 year, and then you'll have to make that decision every year, or provide a larger chunk up front that they can then use to operate the building and maybe offset some of those future costs. There's still be some risk involved for them, I think, in the context of a longer term lease, but you just can't create a multi-year fiscal obligation in that way.
Bartholomew.
Yeah. Our goal is to not to have you fund us forever. Our goal is to be able to take over and take care of our own bills. Most homes that are owned by or run by the American Legion of VFW, they own those buildings, 90% of them, but they've had them for forever. And they build up money to where they get it, or people's donated buildings to them and they went that way because the community's just those they do that kind of stuff. But we wanna be established in a couple of years to be able to do all these fundraisers in the time that you guys are helping us to where we can build up a bank. Craig said we don't want money in the bank, but for this purpose, we're gonna need to get money in the bank so we can be established when whatever you guys do, if you do fund any of it, that we're ready to go.
So, a couple things, and I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of the board to businesses, but I'm just telling you, like Hayes Market, once a month, you could work with them to do a fundraiser where they round up the order or they let you, hang out in front of the, I'm just telling you, it's low hanging fruit, like you can't believe. Shields is, they're huge into veterans, huge.
Residents.
Huh?
Golf course too.
Golf course too, I was gonna bring that up for multiple things. But I'm just telling you guys, I'd be happy to talk to you personally, but just get a little bit of creative. These numbers are very conservative that I think you could raise. So maybe if we give you a little, what's it called, money? Seed money, I believe in that period of time, you could get enough for the next year and the next year. And I'm just telling you, these numbers you're talking about are incredibly easy to achieve. That's my feeling, having done a lot of this in the past.
And I wanna just say, couldn't agree more. It's the same talk that the three organizations have had. It's the same thing we heard with HNS, if you build it, they will come. We are just looking for a start.
Exactly.
Once we have a start and once we have a foundation, once we have all the things that we spoke about, how we're gonna use the building, how the community can benefit from the building, we're gonna need a year, maybe 2 years to figure this out. We don't want the community's help long term. We just wanna get in there, figure this out, boots on ground, what's working, what's not, and run with it. We just don't have right now the ability to get in the building to figure it out.
You do-
I'd love to work with you.
You do fundraisers, but it's for like turkeys, it's for the community, right?
We do fundraisers, you are correct.
Right.
We did the barn dance here in Berthoud. But Veterans Dinner, we do offer a Veterans Dinner. We have, usually 150 people there, and veterans eat free. So we do give back to them. We charge their family member maybe $10 to get in for a full dinner.
No joking aside, though, you're thinking of doing bingo, and that would fully fund you. There's no doubt in my mind. No, I'm totally serious.
No doubt in our mind, that's why we put the gaming license.
We
We
appreciate
did put
your
in our
help.
gaming license.
It takes 60 to 90 days to get that license.
There's an awful lot of opportunities, but without having a building, there's no.
That's why I asked about liquor license too. I mean, that could.
If I may speak of that, we're trying to get away from the liquor in the VFW. All you hear from 1919 is, where you going? I'm gonna go to the VFW, I'm gonna go to the American Legion, we're gonna go smoke cigarettes and drink whiskey.
I know.
Our younger veterans we're smoke free now, but we're really trying to let's say clean up our act and make it a family community where the kids can come down and they don't have to worry about mom and dad going home drunk.
Non-alcoholic beer, but you're right.
But liquor license is the moneymaker, but we're just trying to move forward.
Have you guys talked with HNS about creating a home in the building with them, since they're looking for
They're
more
looking,
roommates?
with the presentation tonight, we're talking 2, 3, maybe 4 years down the road before they're ready. So,
Yeah,
it's a
10-year lease
possibility,
and that.
but
And we're kind of doing the same thing, right? We're helping the same population, we're doing the same thing. We have a relationship. Sarah and the auxiliary did a great job partnering with Ginger for the drive, for the fires. I mean, we're willing to share space with the House of Neighborly Services because I believe we have a shared goal.
Yeah, I'm a past member of I don't know if I was, American Legion. I know it's part of the auxiliary back when Laurel Downer.
Yeah,
yeah. Because we all had kids in the Army and said, hey, we need to get this back going again.
Laurel, where we took the Reach Across America, she was very big in that, and she's handed that down to us so we can do it, keep it going in Berthoud. Very important.
Very well versed in all that stuff.
we invite you back to the American Legion.
By the way, why did you leave? Come on back.
Kind of lost touch. I get back.
You're in touch now. I got 2 commanders right here.
I know.
I got an application in my pocket.
Thank you for your service.
Right, you would.
Thank you.
Administrator Kirk, we're shooting, so the request would be around 10,000 a year. We don't know where that would come from. We're making that tonight because this is a request on the agenda.
So the, if this is something the board would like us to, fund, we can prepare some information for you for our next meeting, which is August 27th. We'll be bringing our mid-year budget adjustment to you at that point, and we can show you where that can fit into the budget that you can approve on the 27th, and then we can work through the details of how it might get dealt with.
Can I share some thoughts?
Sure, I got some thoughts. I just feel like we put it on there as a request. And if we're all supportive, I think we would just go ahead and do that. That way they don't need to come back and make a case again or be in the audience. That's a thought. Trustee Albrecht?
I was just gonna say, I, would be fully on board for an annual presentation if they wanted, maybe the first year that hits off and they don't need to come back because it's so successful. But if they do, then we would be happy to entertain them again. But I think from this presentation alone, I think 1 year at $1,000 a month is a pretty small ask for how much impact they have. And just knowing a lot of them personally and seeing how hard they work and how much value that it has added to the community to have these organizations, I think we would be really missing out if we didn't support. I only have one minor concern is that once you guys are in this space, I think you're gonna outgrow it very quickly. I think you're gonna be bursting at the seams because it's gonna be a very popular, incredible space for our service members. So I would just be thinking, bigger down
That's
the
on
road.
our radar also.
Yeah,
That's
they gotta
good.
build it and they'll come.
Yeah.
If you have something, and you get that, then you have more eyes out there looking, and we have eyes right now that's trying to find something, and we want ground level. We don't want the stairs.
And to kind of answer trustee Wing's earlier comment, one of the other presentations, start off small, what fits now and grow. So that's one of our goals.
That's good to hear.
Could do a motorcycle ride.
So how many of your members might have difficulty getting down there since there is no elevator? or
I'm about the oldest one,
Okay.
and I was in the Navy, so I can slide down the Getting back up is another thing, I'll probably have to have a
The other
winch.
38 guys, they're pushing you up.
See, that's another reason we don't want alcohol. You get down in and you drink, you can't get out. We were concerned about that. We do have, some elderly members, but right now they're, the ones that are elderly that are going to have a problem with it are in nursing homes.
And this is specifically for the VFW?
No.
This is for
No,
both?
auxiliary, the auxiliary and also.
At
the
all
American
four,
Legion.
all four.
And
I was
American
gonna charge
Legion.
you rent for these guys.
I what?
That sounds like a moneymaker there, Bart.
We're gonna charge you rent.
Alright, moving right along.
Alright, so are we all supportive of a $10,000 or $1,000 a year request? Or would you wanna wait till the next meeting to go ahead with that? I mean, Administrator Kirk could still come back where that comes from.
I'm good.
You're good with having it tonight?
We'll need to add it to the mid-year budget regardless,
Okay.
but you can direct us to do that tonight if you so choose.
Okay.
I'm supportive of 12 months.
Okay.
And Mayor, it's $1,000 a month, so we're looking at about $12,000.
Yes, yeah, I get that, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying.
And you don't need ADA accessibility currently?
According to the.
From a membership
No,
standpoint?
no.
Okay.
No.
Which is good. I was just concerned about how many people might be.
Good question.
Just asking, just asking.
And my speech is, I want the younger ones, cause I wanna hand the gavel off to someone else. I've been doing this for quite a few years and I'm ready to give it to the younger generation, and we got an awful lot of them. And we was talking about the other day, Bertha's probably got couple thousand of veterans in the community. We get a list, or we get access to a list every month of all the people that have been in the Legion that are homeless. They're in headquarters or they're someplace else, and we can reach out. That's where those numbers are gonna come from, because we can say, we've got a home now, and you can come and we can take you out of headquarters, cause all they get is the magazine. They don't get the minutes of the meeting, stuff like that, so, yeah, they don't
Fix your
get.
homelessness and we'll fix the homelessness of others.
Well, the homeless that we're talking about here is that they're not homeless in the sense of that they don't have a post or an American Legion to be able to go to.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Alright, is there a motion to, oh, sorry, you move present.
I would totally be supportive of $12,000, and I'd love to hear about your guys' progress in the next year, so, yeah, love to see you a year from now and hear
Or
all
6
the good
months
stuff.
after you get going. Yeah.
Let us know how we can help fundraise too. Get the town board involved, tell us what we
Do
can
you wanna come to Machine Gun Shoot on Saturday?
That would be so
Machine gun
fun. You know, I have to give you guys kudos for the birthday parade entourage. That was my favorite part of birthday parade by far. How many vehicles were in the parade?
Oh geez, I don't know.
You guys did kill it.
That was
pretty awesome.
quite a bit,
Yeah,
yeah.
there were
Yeah.
many. That was amazing. Good job.
Alright, is there a motion to approve a $12,000 request for 1 year and sounds like an annual presentation?
I'll make the motion.
Alright, so trustee Hardy has moved, is there a second?
I'll second.
Alright, trustee Kurtz is seconded, clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karsmack.
Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Here's my card, you can call me. And I know
Part of the reason I got lost, I
know
didn't know
the
where the next
command
meeting was.
personally, so we can get you right in.
Alrighty.
All right, next we have Mr. Elish here from our Economic Development Director for the redevelopment of the Public Works site.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Walt.
Hello. Well, I'm not asking for any money. None.
You kind of are.
Sure.
No. I'm here to talk to you about an exciting catalyst project for our downtown, for Bertha's East Gateway, for the community as a whole. And that's the redevelopment of our former public works site, coupled with that skateboard park. That's about 1.1 acres. We think now is the time to begin that process of looking at having that site redeveloped. Been sitting there pretty much vacant since we built a new public works building. Keith is very happy about that. And we get requests for the site from people, hey, is the site available? And it's not. But we think now is the time to begin the process to redevelop it. One of the ways we'd like to do this is a little bit different from the way we handled the Old Town Hall site a few years ago, where we just put an RFP on the street to the development community and asked them to respond of what they thought they could build on that site. We're gonna do this a little bit differently in that. What we would like to do is get your input as well as the community's input, and decide what we would like to see on that site, and then put that schematic design rendering on the street to the development community and have them respond to what we think would like to see there. We think we'll get a lot more response by doing it that way. But one of the ways we think would like to help us, you and staff and the community decide or come to an idea of what we would like to see happen on that site is we would like to hire an architectural firm to lead us in that process. A firm who does this type of planning, development, has done it in other communities, has done it in Berthoud. And so what we've done, hope it's okay with you all, we did an RFP to the architectural community throughout Metro Denver, asking them to respond to our RFP to assist us in putting together schematic designs of what we think could go and be developed on that site. We contacted about 20 firms throughout Metro Denver and Northern Colorado, either by email or by phone, or for some we did both. We had nine companies inquire further, contacted me further, and we had 6 responses. All 6 responses were excellent, very quality, capable firms to do this kind of work. Through this, staff got together, reviewed the 6 responses, and decided that Asher Architects, who are here, just happen to be here in Berthoud, would be an excellent firm to help us through this process. And so what we are proposing tonight with you all is to allow us to engage the firm, Asher Architects, to begin that process of working with you, the board, staff, and the community to come up with some ideas of what you would like to see, we would like to see develop on that site. Then once we come up with those designs, we've asked them to present 3 different designs that we all would review and look at and decide. And we would then put one of those, or maybe 2 of those, back on the street to the development community, and they would respond to what we would like to see put on that site. So I think all this information is in your packets. Assuming you all approve this process, we would begin under contracting with Asher tomorrow morning. And then they would complete the process by November. Our thought would be then, assuming we all can agree on some rendering, schematic designs of what we would like to see on that site, would then put it out to the development community probably after the first of the year at that point. So we'd really begin this process mid-January in terms of the actual redevelopment of the 1.1 acre site.
Thank you.
So that's it.
All right, before we open up to questions or comments, tonight would be approving the architect. As far as you brought up uses and what we wanna hear in the community, that would probably need to be its own study session or agenda item, right?
Correct.
Or
Well, I think,
you want it tonight?
no, all I'm asking for tonight, all we're asking for tonight is for the allow us to engage Asher Architects to begin this process in working with the board, staff, and the community.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Any questions about that?
I think it's a reasonable process.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience by chance
I have
that's
a
here for this?
question before you go.
Okay, yeah.
We have questions for the audience?
Yeah, good, please.
So where's the site?
It's the former Public Works garage site. It's right across, it's right on Mountain Avenue, across from New Freedom Church.
Okay.
It's where the bus stops.
And did I hear something, did I hear skateboard park mentioned?
Yes, there is a skateboard park on the front part of that site. It was put there 10 years ago?
So the intent is not necessarily to keep that.
No, as I understand, Mayor, you know better than I, but the intent was to put that there as a placeholder until we did, which the town did, build.
So we're building this beautiful new park, that was the old town park, right? We've got some skateboarding, I know it's not skateboarding over by the rec center. What's the purpose of doing what we're doing?
There is a large skateboard park at the rec center that we installed.
No, right, exactly, it's beautiful. Well, and I think people are using the bike place, that one part of it, to skateboard on.
They do. I've seen folks out there on scooters and skateboards too. The purpose of this property, we have property in downtown that we currently don't have plans for or use for. I think there's a lot of potential uses for the site. And what we struggled with the last time we did an RFP for development proposals was that, one, we didn't get any interest because I think the expected or intended use was too undefined. And so, developers that might be willing to work with the town to redevelop these properties into something more useful were, I think, kind of left not really knowing how to respond. And two, we had a study session, actually we had multiple study sessions, I don't know, this is probably 5.5 years ago.
Yeah, geez.
6 maybe?
I had hair, I think.
It was a while back. Where we really defined broadly kind of what the intent was for the future of these sites, but we didn't get into specifics. And so Walt and I, we were talking about how do we look at options for what to do with this site? And we felt like the best thing to do would be to put actual specifics on paper and say, these are the kinds of buildings that we could fit. This is how much space we could create. Here's kind of the various uses we could look at. And so that you guys could maybe just touch and feel that a little more than just kind of broadly defined conceptual ideas that we had before. And then if we can settle on something that we all feel like is a really good use, then we can go out and either solicit proposals from private developers, build it ourselves, find other public partners, kind of depending on where that settles. But we felt like we had to be able to sketch out some possibilities on the site so that everybody knew exactly what it was we were talking about.
It's like a quarter of a block, about.
Yeah, I want to say it's
The entire block.
Not half.
yeah.
It's the entire block.
That's the entire block?
No, because that's half, the alley's right in the middle, then you got
Yeah,
library and
you
the
would
other thing.
combine the two.
In the library? I mean, I'm
You
saying the
know,
other
with
half.
the library, but I mean, it goes from Welch to Mountain.
Right.
The two,
I think that's a
Yeah,
half
it
block.
includes the grass area.
yes, it includes the
Whatever
grass.
this is here,
Yes.
also this second square, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
so half a block.
That's our old public works area.
Yeah, it's 1.1 acres.
But if we engage an architect, the meter's running, right? There's a price for that, obviously.
Yeah, they've provided us with a proposal to fulfill the scope that we've outlined in the RFP, the request for proposals. And the intent is, again, to do some conceptual options for the site, driven by kind of different uses. That's kind of how we see it. And really more than anything, just to say, what can we fit? Should we do all building? Should we do building and plaza? Should we do building and parking? Should we do parking and plaza? I mean, like, how do we work the site, right? There's just kind of there's just a bunch, yeah, I mean, I love the idea of a multi-level parking garage ringed with, retail building. options, but that's probably cost prohibitive, but
So they'd come back to us with a number of options. We might do commercial, we might do retail, we might do a park, whatever.
Yes.
that's the idea.
That's great you clarified, because in those last ones were pretty robust conversations, and some of it regarded around having that visual relief and not developing the front half. So that's,
Yeah.
that was gonna be my question.
Yes,
Okay.
it's,
And I mean, even the Mountain Avenue plan really envisioned the old skate park site more of a plaza and kind of public use space. How do we incorporate that into kind of a more cohesive development? I mean, like, just at least having some ideas that we can kind of work through conceptually, settle on kind of one preferred option, and then take and refine that into something that everybody feels great about.
I have a question.
We just haven't gone through that design exercise.
Trustee Albert?
I guess just not knowing the history, the full history, some short history, does it have to be developed? Like, could it just be community gathering space, more of the plaza, maybe carousel, that kind of thing? I'm just curious because I didn't come in when those conversations began, so when I visualize the entrance to Berthoud, I visualize something more quaint, less.
This has been a decade-long conversation. I think there's been a bunch of different ideas articulated. I think the answer to that question is you guys get to decide.
Okay, so that was good, that was kind of getting back to the point that.
That's why we want to bring this to you.
Right. And I think from our standpoint, we're worried that too many options come up and then we're like, too far, that wasn't our intent. So the whole thing will be taken care of in a study session or another area.
Correct.
Right now, it's just, okay.
yes, you're gonna have plenty of input into this process.
I think it goes right in line with what we talked about recently of one of our goals of intentional economic development. And
Exactly.
I think, so I appreciate staff. I don't know if this was in response to that discussion at our study session a few months ago, but I appreciate the process to kind of get the most out of the hopefully eventual procurement process with the development community, so.
You could even have kind of the best of both worlds. You could keep a green space, put quaint little retail all around it, beautiful boutique shops, but yet it's still this park green feeling. That could be a beautiful area.
We had that in our study session.
You did?
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part is a lot of the board wasn't there for that. And I think we need that input of, but one of the options was not develop the front. There was an option to just keep that public works site and kind of improve it or incorporate that in a new design. If I was a new trustee, I'd feel a little, hey, I have some input too. So I think tonight is just approving the contractor and then we're gonna have to have a study session with those options.
We just wanna make sure
those questions.
the architect knows the universe we're looking at. You know, we like this kind of use, potentially this kind of use, potentially this kind of use. When it comes back, we go, okay, yeah, that's was my vision of something that it would look like.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question. Sounds like that will be happening. Okay.
There's a
I had the same
brainstorming,
questions.
there's a brainstorming meeting right up front, if I understand.
There is, they're gonna, as part of their proposal, I think it was in your packet.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a number of meetings with you all over the next 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have plenty of input into this process.
Start dreaming.
No.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I just may, you made a good point, and Chris and I have talked about it, and this is one of the reasons why we wanted to go this route, is that we wanna get your input. If we just came to you with a concept, we'd be starting from scratch again, because there's a good chance what we would have presented to you, you might have not liked.
Yeah, or if a
So-
developer did that,
Correct.
and we just put out a bid, I think this is a great way to do this.
We're gonna avoid it.
Very novel,
I
so.
really appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Oh.
Is there anyone in the audience wishes to speak to this? Ma'am? And then we'll go in front. We have the lady in green to race. Welcome. We haven't seen you in a while, so welcome back.
No, and I wasn't planning on speaking, but this is a matter close to my heart. My name is Linda Wilson, and I live at 1461 Merlette Street here in Berthoud. And I volunteer at the Restore right across the street from this area that you're talking about. And I would like to see that 1.1 acres stay the way it is with that skate park, because it's used quite a bit by people, the kids coming and using it. And that dirt place is being used for parking right now. And I think Berthoud lacks a lot of parking for their events and other things. And so my suggestion is paving the dirt for parking and keeping that little pocket park for those kids that regularly come there and use the skate park.
Thank you. Madam in front here.
That was kind of one.
We gotta, if you're gonna speak, it's for the microphone, if you could come to the front. Sorry to make you do that.
That was kind of my comment too.
Thank you. Okay, can we get your name and address since you're up here?
Roz Walker,
Roz Walker.
840 Holmes Place.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you both for speaking. And it sounds like tonight it will just be Proven Asher, which is a Berthoud architect firm. Thank you. Sounds like I see you here tonight as well. And then those discussions, which are very important, will be at a future meeting. You can brainstorm those. So bring it back to the board here. Sounds like we're all supportive. Any final questions?
Just thank Asher for their generosity and proposal.
Yeah, I'd like to add too that I love this route. You know, we've had a lot of issues with doing it the other way and finding a developer that can finance it and stuff. So us potentially taking this on or just having the designs for that, I think will go a long way. So.
Yeah, I think having a clear concept the board's agreed on, generally would make it a lot easier for us to either fund and do something ourselves or look for a development partner.
Yeah, all right.
And it's good that we're doing this kind of over from scratch. The goals articulated by prior boards 5 or 6 years ago are different than what I've already heard tonight from this group. So had Walt and I decided to go out and just put a plan together based on prior ideas, I don't know that everybody would have been happy with that. So that's the point. I'm glad we're gonna have the opportunity to do this, and it sounds like at least there's some initial support, and you guys can.
Yeah, and we can put it out too, that we can get the date of that other study session. It was very long, but at least some of the trustees would like to, or the public, they could see some of that range. Is there a motion to approve the selection of Asher Architects and engineers to develop conceptual renderings for the redevelopment of Berthoud's former public works garage site and skateboard park site?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Hardy seconded. So we have Mayor Pro Tem has moved on this. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzbek?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Elish. On board. We can move on to our final regular agenda item tonight, and that is the short-term rental regulations. This is a public hearing. I think Ann will describe that. I'll go ahead first. These are a little more formal. So we'll get a presentation from staff. Then we will open it up to the board for questions to staff, then to the public for your testimony. Again, 3 minutes or less, come to the front, state your address, and then the board can deliberate on these.
Extend the meeting.
Yeah, let's go ahead and extend it. You wanna do 10:30 just in case? Or 11, whatever.
Make it 11.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve extending the meeting till 11 o'clock?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Is there a motion? I'll do a second.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved to extend the time frame here. Trustee Hardy has seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's extended.
Is there a motion for a quick bathroom break?
Do you really gotta go? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break here. All right, I'll go ahead, call the meeting back to order. And we'll turn it over to, Ann Johnson here, our, I was about to say Public Works Director. Our Planning Director, thank you. Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor Kursbeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So tonight is the second reading of the short-term rental regulations. And for the members of the audience, what we do is when we're writing code, we're looking at the global issue. We are looking for that balance, understanding that there are going to be those outliers on either end of the code writing spectrum. We're taking a look at what is the best fit for the town. And the last time we met on this issue, there was a lot of great discussion. 3 issues have come out, and Ms. Hillenbrand, the town's senior planner, will discuss those 3 issues. And then just for a reminder for those in the audience, those issues will be the topic of focus this evening. You all will hear staff's presentation. Can be discussion about staff's presentation. You may open it up for participation from the audience. Normally it's about a 3-minute time frame for each participant to voice their concerns or support. And then that testimony would close and it would come back for final deliberation in front of you all. But rather than going through all the slides from last time about how we write code and why we write code, we thought we'd just condense it this evening and bring back those 3 subjects that you asked us to review for last time. So unless you have any questions about the process or how we write code, I'm gonna go ahead and sit down and turn it on over to Ton for the final agenda item.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Not to be there.
Not yet.
Good evening, trustees. Ton Hillenbrand, Senior Planner. So here we are, public hearing to present ordinance 1342 proposing regulations, or short-term rental regulations, amending chapter 30, section 1 and section 3 of the Berthoud Municipal Code, and introduce resolution 2024-09 amending the Town of Berthoud fee schedule to include fees for the short-term rental application review and licensing. More specifically, amend the Town of Berthoud code by 1, the addition of a new definition for short-term rentals and updated definitions for bed and breakfast found in section 1 and section 3. Revise the use tables found in section 3, which include zoning district and process requirements, and add use-specific standards found in section 3, including standards that apply to all short-term rentals, as well as amend the Town of Berthoud fee schedule by adding an application fee and adding a development review deposit. As you recall, the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations was first introduced to the Town Board of Trustees on July 23rd, 2024, during a regularly scheduled public hearing. At that hearing, staff provided an overview of the short-term rental regulations project, introduced Ordinance 1343, while also explaining the structure of the draft, introduced Resolution 2024-09, provided follow-up information on county taxing of bed and breakfast use, and provided Planning Commission's recommendation following their hearing on June 27th. Following discussions with staff during the July 23rd hearing, the Town Board of Trustees requested the following. Additional language be added to the draft regulations to strengthen the business license limitations found in section C4. 2, language added to the draft regulations allowing 1 on-street parking space for short-term rental, and 3, additional visual examples of the separation or buffer requirement at 200 feet, 400 feet, and 600 feet. So, request number 1. Following the public hearing on July 23rd and additional conversations with the town attorney, language has been added to the draft regulations definition section that provides clarification on the term property owner, as used in the use-specific standards for short-term rentals. Staff believes these definitions will reduce or eliminate unintentional loopholes pertaining to the business license limitations. Those changes have been highlighted in yellow in the red line version of the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations for easy tracking. So request number 2, based upon conversations with the town board and in consideration of public comment regarding concerns related to parking language has been added to the draft regulations, specifically section D7, allowing 1 on-street parking space to be counted toward the required minimum number of on-site parking spaces for those properties that do not have a garage and or driveway. These changes have been highlighted in yellow in the red line version of the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations. And item number 3, no change has been made to the draft separation requirements found in section D2, which remains at 500 feet. Following a review of the examples I am about to show you, the town board may choose to change the proposed separation requirement. No other changes, to be noted, have been made to the draft regulations since the first hearing on July 23rd. So with that, I will jump into the separation requirement examples. And so bear with me just one moment. I have to switch screens.
Can we ask questions on the other items before we jump into the separation?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I just know I'm gonna get sidelined by this one. But the first slide, you talked about the loopholes and I just didn't understand what you meant by that. So I just wanted some clarification.
Yeah, so in the previous discussion, in the draft regulations, we currently have language that limit the number of license a property owner can maintain at any given time. And in the language currently, it just says property owner and it lists that at 2 license. So in the discussion last time, if you all may recall, is that there was some concern about how will we manage that? How will we regulate that? You know, what if a husband, wife put the 2 different or 3 different properties in under different names? So by providing these definitions within our regulations or providing, I guess, a bit more clarity in those definitions, we're hoping we've closed some of those loopholes. And so that property owner now has a list of definition of what applies under that label, if you will.
The goal is to prevent someone from buying multiple STRs under different names or.
Correct.
And I think the question becomes, why should we do that? And have we appropriately captured those loopholes in a way that's meaningful? The reality is somebody could own, 10 short-term rentals and be the best landlord, and somebody could own 1 and be the worst. So I don't know that the number of STRs that someone owns is really practically meaningful into their, in their actual existence. I think the limitation was intended primarily just so there's some fairness in the process, so somebody doesn't come in and get all 50 licenses. I'm not sure if that's a problem or not. That's a decision, I guess, for you guys. But from a management standpoint, I think this will be a challenge for us, but it's probably not insurmountable. It's just again, we're borrowing language from other already established processes, so we kind of know how to work through that.
Well, I appreciate the clarification and I think that was important, so thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions before I move on? Okay. So the map you see in front of you, and bear with me, this is a little challenging because I'm using this as a second screen. So this is the short-term rental interactive map that our GIS analyst has prepared for us. This will be very similar to the map that we are creating that will be the interactive interfacing map with the community, and we will have available on our short-term rental page through the Berthoud's website. So what you're seeing here, of course, is a map of the town of Berthoud. The areas highlighted in purple, of course, are those parcels that are annexed within the town limits. So if I zoom in here, we're looking at a couple different things. So you'll see the properties that have been selected with the rainbow, if you will, of color around them. Those, as I zoom in, are the different separation requirements. So you can see how they're interacting with one another. The ones that are bigger white dots with the slight yellow around them, those are actually existing short-term rentals that we know are currently operating in violation of our current regulations, which we currently do not allow them. So as I zoom in, And these were just randomly selected by Nathan when he was creating this map. So, and we just tried to look at different lot sizes, of course, as he was selecting these as the parameters that I gave him when he was developing this map. So you'll see off onto the left hand, I believe on your screen, we have some of these lots over on the west side of 287 are some of the bigger lots that we have within town. So I think they all average about an acre. So the purple ring would represent 200 feet. The blue ring after that would be your 400 feet. And then the greenish color would be your 600, yes. And then we also added yellow as 800 and the red as 1,000 feet. So, and if you recall, the current regulations are right now proposed, like I said, at 500 feet. So somewhere between the blue and this green layer. So, and then again, and I can zoom in. So you have your bigger lots, of course, like I said, here on the left. And then if I actually pan up to Prairie Star, we did select one of the more narrower lots, and I believe they average about 16 feet wide as single-family attached units or townhomes. So again, we have to zoom in quite close so that you can see the actual individual lots. So you see here, again, your 200, 400, and then in this unique situation, this off-colored green, that would be the 500 feet that's currently proposed. Then this will be that 600 line, 800, and then your 1,000 feet. So, and I think Nathan did an amazing job creating this map, and it is very, very helpful. And so hopefully I hope you all see, hopefully it's helping you all get an idea of what this would look like. So any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we zoom in on downtown?
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to go closer, or is that good?
That's-
A little closer.
I think closer would be helpful to see how many houses are in this section.
I think what you start to kind of, as you start to lay out these bubbles, you start to realize that depending on the type of development, it depends on how many properties you're impacting, right? Certainly within a townhome project, a 200-foot buffer eliminates all but one of those units being used for a short-term rental. You know, in a more traditional subdivision, you know, you might be talking about a block or 2 blocks, depending on the nature of, you know, the width of the bubble. But then some of our newer subdivisions where we have cottages and townhomes and other things all kind of in a little bit different, more dense development pattern, now you're you know, potentially excluding 2 or 3 times the number of properties as you might in a traditional single-family neighborhood. So, you know, in some ways, I hesitate to use this term, but I'm going to anyway. It feels arbitrary to me to pick a buffer. But it also creates some physical separation and just, I think, determining what makes the most sense. I don't know that there's going to be a really clear, hard and fast answer to what is appropriate. I think it's probably more of like a reasonableness test and the decision that the board will have to make.
So this is like
There's
an
a
artist rendition,
separation.
not criteria, right, what we're looking at?
This is specific requirement within the regulations. It's currently specified at 500 feet.
And this is all to scale using our GIS maps, our Geographic Information System maps.
And though each point is taken at the center of the dwelling unit, because oftentimes GIS addressing is center of dwelling.
In the brown, whatever we call it, that currently exists, is that what you
Yes,
said?
these ones are currently existing that we are aware of.
And that looks like 400?
I believe this is still
Okay.
at 500, yes.
Can we look at the townhome area?
So and through all the research I was looking at, all the different municipalities throughout Colorado, 500 tends to be the more common buffer requirement that you do see when you see a buffer requirement.
For everything?
Yeah, I think it's on I don't know that I've seen the top of my head, any municipalities that have, it's either one set buffer or they don't have a buffer at all. So you don't generally see a variety, cause I think we've talked about that before. It
Yeah,
does
we
become
define.
challenging because our lot sizes vary. Lot sizes, generally, we have minimums established by the zoning district, but that's a minimum, so it could go as long as it's meeting that minimum size, it can be anywhere from there. So it would be hard to, say that a single family lot would have one buffer, yet single family lots can vary in size
I have a
tremendously.
question. In some neighborhoods, we have multiple metro districts, so technically, a metro district within that neighborhood could opt out. Another metro district in that same neighborhood could opt in. That could be something that happens, cause there's 17 in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I think it depends on it really depends on how the CCNRs are drafted and which properties they apply to. At least I see it that way. I mean,
The reason I'm bringing it up is because there are townhouses and then single family in the same neighborhood, like here.
Yep, and if they have different, they cannot adopt less restrictive guidelines than ours, but they can adopt more restrictive. So if we allow it at 500 feet and within their subdivision, under whatever legal authority they have to regulate uses within that subdivision, typically through CCNRs, if they prohibit short-term rentals, they have the right to do that. But if we say it's 500 feet, they can't adopt a rule that says, but in our neighborhood, you can do it within 100.
Exactly.
Do other municipalities or areas have different code for the townhomes?
No, I've not seen that.
Out of all the municipalities you looked at, were there some that had 500 or the restrictions on distance? Or was it the majority that had distance requirements?
Buffer separation requirements aren't super common in the municipalities that I looked at. I think more, it's always between that buffer or if you have a cap. And I think there's one or two instances, I know Manitou Springs off the top of my head was one that had I believe, a cap as well as a buffer requirement. I think that's a little less common. And generally of the buffers that I did see, it was between 500 or 250 feet. Those were the two more common. I did see maybe one or two jurisdictions that did 1,000 feet. But that was rare. I don't, and again, separation of all the communities I looked at was not consistently seen throughout. It's a challenging one.
Other questions?
No, just comments.
Do you want me to?
Keep going.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, this might be out of the scope of the presentation, so if it is, I apologize, but this cluster over here on Grand Market,
Mhm.
have you guys gotten any complaints from this cluster?
That unfortunately I can't speak to. I'm not sure that we have. That's a good question that our code compliance, who unfortunately isn't with us tonight, could answer. These, like I said, these are existing short-term rentals and existing as in probably the last month or so we know are continuing to operate. I do believe these individuals were on the list who received a citation of recent.
I'm just curious, because I know you guys have multiple times said that there were ones operating in town. I didn't realize that, is that like 10 within a complex?
And we've recently been told that short-term rentals are not currently allowed in Heron Lakes, and so this would be not only against town regulation, but also their covenants.
But they do have different CCNRs for different parts of the subdivision. I don't know, we've confirmed.
That's a different metro district.
That may be they may have different CCNRs. So one of their sets that I've reviewed says they are allowed, one of their sets says they're not. Practically speaking, from our standpoint, that's their business as far as I'm concerned. They are not allowed in town at all currently. So we have issued summons to municipal court to a number of the properties that we know are continuing to operate in violation of the prior warnings and notices they've received, so.
Okay, so now further hypothetical question, if this policy were to pass, how would you guys expect to deal with summonses for people who were operating illegally?
I think we'll leave that up to the judge to decide. When they were issued their citation, they were acting in violation of the law at the time.
And so they will, if they would like to proceed moving forward, once these are adopted, they too will have to submit an application and meet the requirements of the development code. And like anybody else, they'll submit and they'll be to our email address, and in the order that they are received, they'll have to go through the same process, same life safety inspection, all that good stuff.
I'd like to feed on trustee Ayers just to get some clarification. So I think there was some delay, this being the first time that we tried to get people in compliance. That wasn't happening. Now that we know how that works, my question would be, are we gonna go through that same process of giving them a little leeway, or are we just gonna crack down? If they're within the boundary or however they're out of compliance.
If we adopt this regulation, they will still not be in compliance. They will have to apply and be permitted just like everybody else.
Right, so I guess I'm trying to keep this a question. Are we gonna come down on them immediately if they're out of compliance, or are we gonna try and negotiate with them kind of several times, tell them to stop?
No. I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if we already have someone that has a credit or an approval in area, and we notice someone 10 feet away or 50, whatever, right next to
We will immediately warn them to shut down their short-term rental, and if they don't, they'll be cited and summoned to municipal court.
Okay, so pretty quick. Okay, thanks.
Once there's a new regulation in place, we will expect everyone to abide by that regulation, just like we expect everyone to abide by the current one.
Yeah.
But they could get in line, so to speak, get in the priorities.
I will say from our perspective, and I don't think the ordinance addresses this, and I think, but I think you have to give us some flexibility in implementing the ordinance, right? But like I wouldn't expect to hold, if someone's been previously cited for operating short-term rental outside of the current code, we wouldn't put that as a knock. We're not gonna blacklist them from applying. If
No.
that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Anybody that applies, we will, at least through this first round, will have the opportunity to apply and operate legally if they
Yeah.
comply and they meet all the requirements.
My worry was just if there's gonna be another 6 months or 4 months that we're trying to work with them before we finally send them a summons. I think now that they'll have an awareness or we have a code, we pretty much give them a warning, but then we crack down immediately. That's how it's gonna work?
We will be more aggressive.
Okay. Thanks. Other questions until we move on?
Okay, and so I guess before I wrap up the map, I would just say that this evening, if you could give guidance on whether we remain at 500 feet or if one of these other options is your preference, we'll need to just clarify that, so that would need to be a part of your motion. So I believe if you keep it at 500 feet, you wouldn't have to make a motion specific since you wouldn't be changing anything in the draft. But, okay. So should the town board of trustees approve the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations this evening, staff will host 2 public webinars to go over the short-term rental business license approval process for those property owners interested in applying. These webinars will provide valuable information about the application process, including timelines, fees, submittal requirements, and expectations for the required life safety inspection. Attendance to these webinars is not required as part of the application process. However, staff highly recommends attendance. The first webinar will be held tomorrow, Wednesday, August 14th at 6 p.m. and the second on Thursday, August 15th at 7 a.m. The same information will be shared at both webinars. A link to the webinars can be found on the project webpage, which a link is provided on the screen before you. If approved this evening, the new short-term rental regulations will go into effect in 30 days after publication of the approved ordinance, which I was not clear on this in the previous hearing, and your packets aren't clear on this. So I did receive some clarification from our clerk, and it would be 30 days from publication, so the soonest this will be published will be next Thursday. And so it'll be 30 days from to that date. So this information, of course, will be updated on our project webpage and elsewhere so that individuals know that. Plus, this will be shared in the webinars in the next 2 days as well. But I did just want to provide that clarification. This will mean that applications will, we would start to accept applications around, give or take, somewhere around September 22nd, roughly, if you do the math. So hosting these 2 webinars soon after tonight's hearing will provide applicants about a month to prepare and complete their applications ahead of the effective date. Should the board feel that a 30-day window would not provide sufficient time for applicants to prepare an application, the board may choose to push the effective date out beyond 30 days, such as 45 or 60 days. Or alternatively, you could select a date certain that is more than 30 days from the effective date, so of next week. So something to keep in mind as we move forward. So this slide you have seen before, but I will, for the record, reiterate the Planning Commission heard this request at their regularly scheduled hearing on June 27, 2024. And the Planning Commission recommends the Town Board of Trustees approve Ordinance 1342 with all attached ordinance appendices on second reading to be held tonight, August 13, 2024. The Planning Commission also recommended that the Town Board of Trustees considered specific enforcement measures, particularly time of response and revocation of license, and considered the distribution of short-term rental units within the town, including consideration of setbacks or buffers between approved units, including a buffer for single-family and multifamily. And we have discussed these matters at the first hearing on July 23rd, and that's why I brought to you the map this evening. So with that, this last slide provides a reminder for where you can access the project web page, which contains document links, including the public hearing draft of regulations with the most current revisions. And I thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Other questions, trustees? Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Oh, sorry,
No
that's a finger
questions.
up. Okay, trustee Ayers?
Yeah, so I still have a concern shared by some citizen letters about the definitions of bed and breakfast, et cetera. And the specific letter, which was in the packet that I'm referring to, says that Larimer County's most recent official definitions in the Land Use Code, effective June 1st, 2023, defining bed and breakfast and short-term rental hosted. To paraphrase, bed and breakfast may offer a meal limited to guests only, versus short-term rentals hosted is a principal dwelling occupied by full-time resident owner living on site where short-term lodging is provided, sans meal. And so in our previous conversations, right, the code is that bed and breakfast is specifically owner occupied versus short-term rental is not. So I guess my question is, where's the disconnect between those definitions coming from?
So we did discuss this last hearing. I did provide some clarification I got from Larimer County Assessor and Chief Appraiser. Provided clarification in that because there was a lot of concern about how we are defining short-term rental and bed and breakfast. So bed and breakfast use per our development code is already defined. We already have a definition. And it just simply means it's short-term lodging where it is owner occupied. So the owner is present with the guests at essentially all times. So they'd be present as they come and go. Whereas the short-term rental would not have an owner or property manager on site with the guests. So it's clearly two distinct uses. And I know the concern came up at previous discussions is that the county then bases taxation on the definition. And so I had clarified through conversations with the chief appraiser that how they appraising the property and taxation, their specific definitions have nothing to do with how we in planning define the use per our development code. So they base their definitions in that process off of state statute and how bed and breakfast is defined by state statute. So regardless of what we call it, has no impact on how the property is taxed. So with that, we felt that it wasn't necessary at this time to modify bed and breakfast because even the breakfast component has really no value in that the important component here is that one is occupied with guests and one is not occupied with guests. And so we did not feel that it was necessary. Certainly, as we discussed last time, if you feel that that is something we need to reevaluate and look at, we can do that in a separate code amendment and we can circle back to that at a later date.
Okay, and thank you, and I realize you've answered this question before, but just so that's on public
Absolutely,
record again. Despite how we define a thing,
Mhm.
concerned owners such as this, we cannot do anything for this issue that is being brought up here because it is a state statute that's the definitional
For the
problem.
taxing, correct. Yes, no matter what we call it, makes no difference. And similarly, how Larimer County's planning their department defines bed and breakfast has no role in how the county assesses those properties.
Questions? Okay, thank you. This time I'll open up the public hearing. If anyone would like to give testimony, if you come to the front, state your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, be appreciated. You have no one signed up, but yep, thank you, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, thank you for your time at this late hour. I'm really gonna urge you tonight to vote no, and the main reason
State
for
your name and
that.
address real quick, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew Gavin, I live at 3270 Donzante Bay Court. My biggest concern is that I was one of the people that was highly impacted by the short-term rental experience here in Berthoud. And as I read this regulation, it doesn't really fix any of the problems that we had. We've brought up multiple times the specific examples, we brought them up to the planning commission. What they said is, you have to go back and look at enforcement. Like, this is a huge problem. We just glossed over that. There's nothing in here about enforcement. We've made specific recommendations about incorporating things that are in the Larimer County Code for unincorporated areas that would be much better. You can also see that our enforcement doesn't work because we've been going at this a year and you still have 30 people that are doing it. You fined them, you gave them notices, I can still go online and rent those things tonight. We need more on enforcement. Our biggest concern in Heron Lakes is, you know, we've been working at this as a multi-level problem and we did manage to get the Heron Lakes management to agree that our covenants don't allow short-term rentals. But I noticed in the application process that all it's gonna require from the person applying for a license is an affidavit. They don't need to get anything from the homeowners or from the Metro District. They just sign a piece of paper saying, I checked into it and it's allowed. I don't even know what to say about that. Why wouldn't you ask them to get a copy of the letter from their homeowners saying it's allowed? Put it on them. Don't make it work for the city, but put some teeth behind this. I've said all along, the way this thing is written, I need to go buy as many licenses as I can and not use them. And even now with Heron Lake saying it's illegal, well, all you have to do is sign an affidavit saying, I think it's okay where I'm at. And what are you gonna do? Go research mine and say it's bad? Well, then you need to research everybody's. The way this is written is an enforcement nightmare. It doesn't take care of our compliance issues. Hopefully it takes care of some of the density issues. It doesn't take care of the party houses. The house across the street from us had a listed limit of 16 people. I believe these rules only allow 10 at a max. Well, with 16, they had over 30. So if you have a limit of 10, you're gonna have 20 and 30 person party houses. So anyways, we have been asking all along that we have public meetings. I know we have one in July, I know we're having one here tonight, but speaking for 3 minutes and then you guys talking among yourselves is not a back and forth and a way to get resolution on these issues. And also to get buy-in from the community that what you're doing is a reasonable step forward. So I heard you talking tonight, the people asked for $6 million. Yeah, let's get everybody together, let's get in a room, let's talk. We've been asking for that since the beginning. So I urge you tonight to vote no. And let the people that have offered to help you write this and address the specific current problems Berthoud has, and not just, let's get a policy that's similar to everybody else's policy, a vanilla policy that works for everybody. Because we have very direct experience that it doesn't work here. It's not working here now. It's illegal and people are doing it with impunity. we need to be tougher in the regulation we put out there, or we're just gonna have all the same problems over again, and it's gonna be tougher next time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Madam?
My name's Sherry Watts. I live at 3375 Danzante Bay Court. Brett brought up that in Heron Lakes that there are numerous CCNRs. And so one of my questions is if the city is going to issue a permit or a license to someone and it is only an affidavit and then a neighbor finds out that, oh, they're running one, what is the city going to do? Where is the enforcement going to be? And I just, again, reiterating what Matt said, I think there are too many loopholes in this at this point and not enough responsibility put on the property owner to submit documentation that says, yes, I am allowed to do this in my area. And then what's the question if the city does issue one, and how do you pull their license if you find out later on that it was issued incorrectly? So I just think there are some more things that need to be discussed before you pass this or vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes.
Thank you guys for staying late again to discuss this, I appreciate it. Christy Petrowski, 2242 Breckenridge Drive. I know last time we discussed a lot of the area and whether or not it should be 500, 250, 200. I would just encourage you guys to really think about that. One of the things that she stated was that most places don't have a restriction on the number and restriction on the distance. It's one or the other, and I think it's overzealous of us to believe that we are such a tourist spot that we would need to be having the highest level of regulations. I think that if there's an HOA that does not want them in their HOA, that is great. But for people who are in common areas, I think we need to really look at what the likelihood is it will ever become a location where we're gonna have so many Airbnbs that that we're outnumbering our houses in the community and making it hard to live there, right? I think as I look at my feasibility of whether I rent it, we're already kind of hitting that max. So I think that naturally will happen in a town like Berthoud. It won't happen in, you know, Breckenridge or those places that are huge tourist spots. But in places like Berthoud, if you're not making money, you're not gonna rent it anymore as an Airbnb. So I think just be aware of the fact that although they've listed a lot of locations that are examples, they're not exactly the same as Berthoud. We don't have the same demographic as far as tourist stuff. And just keep in mind that Loveland is a much bigger city. It's much closer to Estes. It's much more of a spot for tourism, and they do not regulate Airbnbs, and they do not seem to be having huge amounts of problems with this. So just keep in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? So quick, do you have anyone online?
There are three, Mayor Kurzbeck.
All right, let's start. Whoever you recommend being first.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jason Valderrama. I have a rental property at 2700 Prairie Flags. And during the earlier comments, just to point out, it's part of that density that's off of Grand Market Avenue. And I just wanted to share a couple of points. One point that I wanted to start out with is we did get a letter from the city alerting us that this process is taking place and that we're not allowed to be renting currently, and so we did take our listing down. We want to make sure that we're in compliance with whatever regulations come into place. I just wanted to point out also that we have a really good relationship with neighbors on either side of us. We have an attached dwelling, and so we've really tried to maintain good relationship with our neighbors in order to make sure that we're not affecting them negatively. And that really leads to my next point. You know, as somebody who's renting out a property on Airbnb, I really feel like my goals are in line with the goals of the community and the neighbors. I don't want a bad renter in there. I don't want a party house. I don't want somebody damaging our property, and we do our best to screen that so that our property or investment isn't at risk. Another thing that I wanted to point out is we often rent to family members. who live in Berthoud, and that's something that happens really regularly, and I think, as has already been described, when we really lock down on the amount or this buffer zone, I think it would impact families negatively in Berthoud who are looking for, additional places where they could host family that they're bringing in from out of town. Last thing I wanted to mention is that we really have tried to incorporate lists of local businesses and things to do in Berthoud, and I do worry that the more restrictive we get with our licenses, it could limit and impact people coming and visiting and doing things here locally in Berthoud. And so my request is, as has already been mentioned, removing 500 feet buffer zone to accommodate those units that have smaller lots. I think that could be a good way of moving forward. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Valderrama.
Hello, are we up?
Hello.
Hi. So my name is Mindy Cruz, 1520 Harabelle. Again, part of the townhome community of Heron Lakes. Very much like Jason had addressed, I want to say that I believe that the 500 feet for the townhomes is unreasonable. That would not allow but more than one existing townhome to go ahead and operate. Even at 200 feet, that would limit the owners and the business people that help the community with providing our service. There's 10, as you saw on the map, around 10 that were existingly providing service. We had also stopped ours when we got our letter. However, when you're saying that there's 35 in the whole town of Berthoud and they want to max it at 50, if you take away 9 or 10 of those, and then plus whatever you take away with other downtown overlaps, then you're really, really going down. And I just feel like that's not our community. That, again, that might be a tourist community, Breckenridge or something like that, but that doesn't really affect ours. And as Tom said, there's really nobody's been operating, it's very rare that communities make that as a rule. We were operating with approval from our metric district when we started our Airbnb. So what I say is that with Heron Lakes, let them make the decision of how many can operate in that area. DeSante Bay, we all understand what happened over there with the one owner, but let Heron Lakes decide. Maybe they can't do any over there, but maybe the townhomes are different, because what we do is provide a value. The golf tournaments that come, there's the wedding venue at TBC.
Madam Cruz, we've hit our 3 minutes here.
I'm at 3 minutes, okay.
Yes. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
well, thank you, appreciate it.
We'll give them 30 seconds, but if they're, can't hold the board up if they're not in front of their computer. clerk, let's call that one, if, they can always send in comments afterwards, but we can't hold up on that person. Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for deliberation. Any, comments? You can go down the line here, but anything you have up front, any final questions? Trustee Wing?
I believe that the town, in good faith, determined that homeowners associations and metro districts can opt out. So in examples like Huron Lakes, which it already is opted out, they can't be allowed now, that it's incumbent on those residents to apply pressure to their homeowners association and their metro district boards to have an enforcement component in place to enforce that. So I would be in favor of going forward because we've done that. The second component is just throwing it out there, and it was out there before. I do think the density is relevant. I certainly would defer to the majority of the board on that, but it does seem like, 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 600 feet, 500 feet is restricted if it's allowed in townhouses. So, how we say the complexity of that is, if it's an acre lot, is it 1,000 feet? If it's a 75-foot lot, is it 600 feet? If it's a 100-foot lot, so that's where the complexity comes in. If it's a 16-foot, which somebody mentioned, is even the 500 or the smallest? What is the smallest? 200? Is that restrictive? So that's my only comment on that. It's not an easy solution.
Okay. Trustees?
Yeah, this is obviously a contentious issue and it's a difficult issue for us. But I have to agree with Trustee Wing that I think, and I'm gonna kind of come at this in the same way that I tried to come at the restrictions and policies for the gas and oil. I think that there's a very fine line between the town limiting what someone can do with their property, but also being responsible for making sure that people are following the guidelines that are set. So I understand that it's not necessarily a consolation for you guys in Danzante, because you shouldn't have had to go through this issue in the first place because they weren't allowed doubly, right? So I guess a question that I have before I finish my comments is regarding their issues with enforcement and code compliance, right? How can we make sure as a town that we are on top of them, B, continuously checking to make sure? I know that's a very vague question, right? Is there any way, I guess, legally to hold, this is a horrible question, but is there any way to hold the districts or the HOA itself accountable for some of the regulation code compliance as opposed to the individual property owners?
Not as currently constituted. I mean, I don't know that I know the answer to your question. The Metro District cannot enforce our regulations. HOAs cannot enforce our regulations in just the same way that we will not enforce Metro District CCNRs or HOA CCNRs. So I'm not sure. I think I understand what you're getting at, but I don't know if I have an answer to your question other than the one I just gave. With respect to enforcement, I think the practical reality is we will not solve this problem with any code you draft. I can say that with 100% certainty. And I can give you some really specific examples. But we have a property in town where someone's living in a shed, or we are fairly certain was living in a shed, created all kinds of issues with impacts to neighbors, people coming and going all night, potentially illicit activities, noise, trash, it is a very long process. One, we don't know about it until after it occurs, right? There's no way for us to preemptively ensure that no one's living in that shed. Once problems occur, we have investigative work we have to do to ensure that the complaints are valid and that we can take some legal action. Then we have this whole long process we have to go through to ensure due process under the law, right? And in some cases, we deal with code complaints all the time that have nothing to do with short-term rentals, right? I think over 1,000 last year, if I remember right. I don't know. I'm not asking Clerk Moore to answer that off the top of his head, but I think we dealt with about over 1,000 code compliance issues last year that had nothing to do with short-term rentals. All things that are violation, in most cases, are violations of our code. In some cases, property owners are unaware of the code. They're easy to work with. They make changes. In other cases, they just choose to continue their violation and dare us to do something. Unfortunately, the same will be true with STRs. I can assure you no regulation that you adopt will eliminate problems with noise, traffic, trash, in just the same way that none of our current codes eliminate noise, traffic, trash, parking issues with people who live in their houses permanently or on a more permanent basis, on a long-term basis. So the only answer I can give you is that if you adopt a code that has some requirements for licensing, that gives us an additional tool where you can revoke their license if they are operating outside of the rules that are established. But ultimately, we have to go through a due process, issue citations, summon them to municipal court, and let the process play out as it does.
Mine was right along with that. So in a separate issue, it took, a lady was parking her trash 3 doors down. It took the town about 3 to 4 months to do something. With short-term rentals, it is just beyond frustrating to me that we have 2 in compliance, but if this is true, we still have people listing short-term rentals right now. I just wanna make sure that when the town puts something in place, we're not gonna just give them a couple warnings. We're gonna come down hard, because that's code. And if we're not, this is kinda confusing, that you could have someone 15 feet away or 20, and the town's gonna kinda give them a slap on the wrist, not saying, I don't get that.
I think that we're talking about enforcement in a way that is not accurate to the reality of the situation. Oftentimes, what happens is we have neighbors who call and complain. We begin the code enforcement process. We issue warnings, citations. They go to municipal court. Months go by and they've refused to do anything. In some cases, we actually go in and get a legal judgment to be able to go in and abate an issue months and months after we've identified it. What we don't want to do as a town is to show up and start locking people's doors, hauling people out of short-term rentals in handcuffs. I don't think that is anybody's intention. And so our tools are legal due process, where we do the investigative work, we issue citations, we go through the legal process. Outside of, I guess my concern is, I think there's an expectation that if we notify someone that they are in violation and we summon them to municipal court for that violation, that carries the potential for, thousands and thousands of dollars in fines for every day they're in violation. I mean, there is potential for serious penalties in some of these cases, but they continue to operate, that somehow we're not doing our job. I'm not sure that there is another alternative.
Can you communicate that up front in a letter? Can you say, it's $1,000 a day, it's maximum of $50,000 fine? I mean, would that be an incentive?
In some cases, that is not an incentive.
Can I just make a comment on this? I think this issue will change dramatically once a policy's in place. I think the reason people are operating is because they were surprised that it wasn't allowed already. And so they'd already had operations going on that were very legal and ethical for 99% of the part. And when they were surprised and taken off guard, they've waited for us to make a decision that's taken a long time, that if they stopped operating, many of them, if not all, would have lost their business and had to sell properties. And that is where we're in this weird middle place. As soon as our policy's in place and they've had to go through application process, I don't think we're gonna get 30 outliers who are saying we're gonna stick it to the town and keep operating. I think they're gonna do their due diligence and attempt to come into compliance.
Sure.
So I think we're
So,
getting
I-
ahead of ourselves with enforcement because I think people are gonna know right away whether they're allowed to be here or not once they go through our process.
And to piggyback on your comment, a lot of these listings, I've talked to a few of the VRBO people. Reason why their operations still look like they're in operations is because they get a credit rating based on their rental history. It's kind of like eBay, you become a super renter. So I know a lot of them still have their listings up, but they're not actually operating. They're just trying to maintain their listing because this was just supposed to take a couple months and here we are.
Right.
Well, I think this is part of the problem that I think.
So they're trying to keep their status.
It's just factually not true, because I talked to people that have this, you can remove your listing and keep your status.
Yeah.
You don't have to delete your account, so these people that keep it up. I've taken one of these all the way to the checkout screen, and I didn't wanna put it in my credit card, but it is clearly was going on at that time. So neither of those
But
are
are they
true.
vetting that? Cause I know some that'll let you get clear of the checkout. And then before you can even rent, you have to talk to the owner and they may say, no, you can't rent. So that's what
I think by the time I put in my credit card, it's pretty much a done deal, but that might be true. We could put this on Airbnb and stuff. I don't know if we've contacted them to see if they wanna enforce our law. But it sounds like if there's multiple in the townhomes, there are gonna be people selling their homes after this.
I just don't think we're gonna have the enforcement issues. I think it's going to be very rare.
I think it might be the opposite though, if we have some so close together that we put this in.
Well, that's where I
People are
think we
gonna be
better
selling.
set a policy that allows things to be under our compliance and under our policy instead of restrictive and over heavy-handed, or then we might have more outliers. But if we are more permissive in bringing them into our compliance and the good people who are stewarding this well, I think we will have a lot better outcome in return from both sides. And
Sure. No, I couldn't,
not criminalizing people that are trying
I
wanting
totally
to do
agree.
it correctly.
I just wanna, we should, and this might have been part of Mr. Gavin's point here, is we should list something on there so it's not vague. So people know it will go through a very slow process. It should be expedited. There's some regulations here. It's on to you to read these, and if not, it can't be, I'm not saying close down doors right away and drag people out in handcuffs. I'm just saying you get a warning, and after that, it's clear in here. You owe us for every day
I would
that
fully
you kept
expect
it.
that we would be issuing citations quickly.
Okay.
But I think the idea that once we issue citations, that suddenly the problems stop, that doesn't happen in many cases in our code enforcement issues. I would say in a fairly significant number, homeowners, property owners choose to ignore us until they go to municipal court. And then even after municipal court, in some cases, they choose not to comply with municipal court orders. And so I believe our staff is diligent in doing their job and following up on complaints, on identifying issues generally. In this case, it's easy to look back and think we should have been more aggressive in shutting down short-term rentals prior to. We weren't receiving complaints about short-term rentals for years. And in the cases where we did shut them down. But we weren't surfing Airbnb and VRBO every day to see who might be operating so that we could go and enforce.
No, I understand that. I was on the board too.
Yeah.
It's just, so the people here that are listing tonight right now are going to court.
I don't know every single property, but we have issued numerous,
Warnings.
no, we've issued summons to municipal court.
Sure, okay, so I would expect that everyone that's listing tonight, or up to this point after the warning, are going to court. If we reached out to them, they should have received a summons, you're going to court.
Again, it's not quite that cut and dry. But in general, in cases where we can confirm that they are continuing to operate in violation of our current codes, they'll be cited if they haven't been already.
Yeah, I mean, we have a ban in place, so if people are doing this, I think it's a pretty quick process. We set a ban, we gave you a warning on your door, I think
wanna
we
be
gave you
clear
an
though,
extra one.
we don't have a ban. We haven't taken formal action to ban them.
We
They're
have a
just not
moratorium.
allowed.
Yeah.
No, not even a moratorium, they're just not allowed.
Okay, so they should be, if they're not already, there's an issue if they haven't received a summons, right?
That is potentially true, yes, depending on whether or not we confirm they're actually operating. So there's nothing illegal about listing a property as an Airbnb.
Right.
If they are operating it as an Airbnb or as a short-term rental, then they're in violation of our code.
So how would we know that without staff member putting in a credit card in every one of these?
It's a great question.
They can pull up records from their Airbnb rentals to show completed transactions that they've actually rented.
Right, but that we would need to warn them that you're going to court first, I get that.
And then they gotta print that out.
So I'm just saying
But
that
Chris is
not-
saying if
not
this hasn't
everything
gone
is-
there, we
is
don't know.
explicitly cut and dry, right?
That worries me, go ahead,
Um,
Trustee Hardy.
I had a couple more questions.
Oh, keep going.
Sorry. Could you speak, I guess, directly to the affidavit concern?
I can speak to that. Thank you. So I'm not quite sure exactly what they were referencing in the affidavit. When they referenced an affidavit, we don't have anything out online currently, packet-wise, application-wise. Other than the presentations you've seen in other public hearings and work sessions and draft documents, that's what you can access through our website. I may have mentioned some of the application requirements or submittal requirements in my last presentation, which I will remind everyone that one of those items will be a letter from an HOA or Metro District confirming that the covenants allow short-term rentals. That is a requirement that will be included and discussed in our webinars tomorrow and on Thursday. The affidavit, we will have an affidavit as part of our application, and that affidavit is acknowledgement that the property owner or the applicant understands and has read our regulations, that they promise and understand that all the information contained within the application they are submitting is true and accurate to the best of their knowledge. So that's what the affidavit that we will provide to the applicants and have them complete. It will be signed and notarized by the property owners. But that's simply the only affidavit that we will require is for our own records. And we just want acknowledgement that they understand that they have regulations that they need to abide by and they will be expected to abide by. So we have quite a significant number of documents that will be, well, I shouldn't say significant, but we do have a handful of documents that we have worked on internally and have produced as part of the application process. So it's everything from an application form, the things that you would expect. We also are going to require ownership information so that if we do adopt the regulation, that there's limitations in the quantity of license, that we do have documentation on record of ownership. So that would be an owner and encumbrance, or ownership and encumbrance, or O&E. There will be an MOU, which is not just an understanding that they understand our fee structure and how that works. We will have an operations manual, which is referenced in the regulations. That includes site plan, egress. They have to prove to us they have adequate parking. They also have to have their emergency sign that is listed or noted in the regulations, and as well as a business license. So there are a number of documents we will require, and in order to have your application reviewed by staff, that application has to be complete upon submittal. So we do take this very seriously, and we want documentation that these applicants understand we have regulations and you will be held to them. So we very much want to capture that early on. These webinars and some of the documents that we have produced are templates, and that is so that we hope that having a webinar and creating templates of some of these documents will make it much easier on applicants, but we also will get consistency. So again, we are doing our best to think about every scenario and every question and every avenue I could possibly predict. I'm hoping that we've addressed that as best as that we can, because I certainly want to make this easy for everyone if we adopt them, as well as on ourselves. But I also want to make sure that this is successful.
So there's no affidavit from an individual stating, yes, I've clarified it with my HOA and I'm good to go. It will be a letter from the HOA or Metro District saying, yes, they are good to go.
And I assume that's gonna be, for lack of a better term, a watermarked.
Yes, letterhead, something that is, yes.
And not to hold you guys to the fire, but those are gonna be checked. And I assume after a while, there might be a running list of, so this one no, this one no. If you are changing your policy, you need to contact us so that we take you off of the do not accept list, basically.
Correct.
I think that's all I had for now. I might have
Sure. There were some others, did you have? Okay, Trustee Albrecht.
I definitely am in disagreement about the heavy-handed enforcement, not because I don't agree, I agree that what brought this to our attention was clearly an issue, but it wasn't the norm. If I knew of one, maybe two rentals that was going on in Berthoud before this ever came to my attention, which means there were over 30 operating, and I didn't even know, and we didn't even know as a board, which means they were probably doing a dang good job. And so I'm frustrated that we're criminalizing good people that wanted good things for our community. They wanted to bring people here. They wanted people to enjoy the golf tournament. They want family and residents or relatives to have somewhere to stay in town, because if it's Christmas or whatever, a wedding, you have nowhere to stay in Berthoud. So I'm frustrated that we're taking that vein. The goal with setting a policy was to come alongside those already operating who did not know they were doing something illegal, they genuinely didn't know, and help them come into alignment with what the town wants to do so that they can continue to operate in a legal fashion that honors our code, our community, the way that we want our community to be, which is, not to have disruptive parties and events at some of the ones that we heard about. And so I definitely think that as we discuss this, like, let's make sure that we're, with any policy we set in town, it's always been my goal that we would help people come into alignment instead of penalizing, because that does not set a good precedent for us as a governing board to say we're going to punish people to come into alignment. No, let's help. Like, if there's an ongoing issue and we can see it happening, it's because our policies aren't right. And I do think the general population thought it wasn't that it was prohibited, it was just like the other communities neighboring us, like Loveland, that just hadn't created a policy, and so there was no limitations. And so we need to help them come into alignment. And in that vein, after having talked to many homeowners, and that's where, I feel for the concerns of the public here, but we've been through several sessions with the community input. We've received hundreds, if not thousands, of letters. I've talked to many people to try and understand this fully and from both sides. And one of the things that I'm hearing is that the cap that we've set, in addition to the boundaries, the perimeter, we're going to end up cutting a huge amount of potential rentals in Berthoud, which my initial thought was if we have one rental per, city block, you're really not gonna have a huge you're not gonna notice if they're operating well. When we're talking about 500 feet, you're talking about several city blocks. So between those two things, I think we're actually going to eliminate a huge opportunity in Berthoud to have rentals and to have lodging tax income and to have amazing experiences for people to come here and spend their money at our businesses. So I would propose that we consider either doing just a 200 foot limit or a cap, but not both.
Sure. Do you have any questions? I think we all can move on to comments, but I just want to make sure we hit
I'm sorry, I
questions
thought
first.
we were in comments.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Okay,
Yeah, I do.
go ahead.
I've just been waiting.
Well, I'm trying to be sure that as a chairman that everyone gets that question asked. It sounds like Trustee Albrecht's time. Trustee Hardy,
So my comments are basically.
no questions.
Questions. I thought we were in
We
comment
did do
section.
questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the one that's off tonight. I'm getting a little scared.
Yeah, my comments were more question based,
Okay.
so that
Yeah.
was my fault.
No, it's not. I said question just to make sure we addressed all those.
Yeah.
Okay. We're all done with questions? Okay. No, okay. Sorry, Trustee Albrecht. I rudely interrupted you in that point.
That's okay.
Okay, Trustee Hardy?
So are we in questions?
We
or
are in comments now.
Okay. My comments is that we operated this with no problems for many years until it became a problem in one house. My feeling is that the town, since we have so many metro districts that basically outnumber the population of the old town itself, we should have basically a baseline, a policy. So I'd be up for having no footage restrictions. I'd be up for having not a cap. And if they want tighter restrictions in those neighborhoods like at Donzante Bay, then they need to go talk to the metro districts about either eliminating or putting in tighter restrictions, because they can't go below ours. But I think we should have a lower bar and let them set a higher bar. So I would like to see us not have a minimum footage. And I'd like to maybe either not have a cap or just maybe raise the cap slightly. I don't think we'll ever reach 50, but I don't know, we will eventually if we keep growing the way we're growing. The other thing that I have got on my concern list is ADUs. When you're looking at Old Town Berthoud, there's a lot of potential for VRBOs in Old Town that are ADUs. I don't think we should be eliminating those because the way the Old Town's designed, they're 25-foot wide lots. So how, I guess one way around that, a loophole if you wanted to call it, is they can come in and separate that ADU and get it on its own lot and give it its own property address. It'd be whatever 618 and a half or 619, whatever street. But I think we should all permit ADUs because like May has stated and many of us have stated, we're trying to find a solution to a problem that's not being addressed right now, and that's having a place to have your friends and guests and relatives come in and stay in Berthoud. And there's some nice ADUs in town. The other thing that I'd be concerned about is if I had a duplex and I wanted a short-term rental both of them, I'd basically be kicking myself out of one of those units because of the distance. So I think we're fixing that with the two licenses per homeowner. So I think that'll fix some of the distancing as well. I also noticed that there's a 2-year penalty for not getting a license if you don't pay any of your fees or taxes. Is that pretty standard? I guess just kind of wondering if a 2-year penalty is too much or if a 1 year would be adequate. And then I think Tom already addressed this, and that is many of these metro districts were already issuing permits and collecting fees in their metro districts for this to begin with. I think those permits should be part of our application process, which it sounds like it will be, but a letter will suffice. And those are basically all my comments.
Okay, thank you. We went this way, so we'll do trustee Ayers.
Yeah, I agree, and this is the sort of unfortunate tightrope with this issue, as I've said, right? It's coming down heavy-handed on people who are not abusing the system or abusing the system out of a lack of understanding of the system, as opposed to being to just completely breaking the law, which apparently you can't stop anyway. And so I think that the issues that we're facing by allowing or not allowing it is most of the time, a huge majority of the time, is these people coming from out of town and wanting to stay with family or wanting to stay walking distance to family during events or during parades or tournaments, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't want to keep that kind of community access and that kind of neighborhood access from people because of a few bad actors. And unfortunately, bad actors tend to be really bad, whereas people who are doing things right, you never hear about them because no one has any complaints about them. And so as far as the limitations, I'm concerned about not having a buffer, but I also understand that for the different types of housing zoning, it's going to be worse in the end from an enforcement standpoint if we sort of randomly select numbers out of a hat to say this kind of zoning has this limit, this kind of zoning does not. And so I'm concerned about not having space between these things, but I also understand the other point, so I'm not going to necessarily belabor the issue on that. Same thing with a cap, and similarly, I think the ADUs, because I think some of the arguments that we've talked about previously with the ADUs is we are also having an issue with affordable housing, and ADUs are a wonderful source of long-term renting that is hypothetically going to go away if we open them up. So, I mean, I'd like to hear some comments and arguments about that previous conversation, because I just don't know, right? I'm not in a place to make the final decision on that, for my own thoughts. But I also think it's I know that the concerned citizens are not gonna take, comfort in this, but I don't think that it's fair to punish the majority of number of people who have been operating under the expectation to be good neighbors for an extreme bad neighbor. And once again, it shouldn't be on the citizens to complain and to sort of start the enforcement process, but even if it seems like people are going to operate, hypothetically, people are gonna operate without licenses anyway, so it still remains on everyone to initiate that enforcement anyway, because that's how we're going to know it if they don't put on Airbnb or what's it called, VRBO, right? So there is no necessarily solid way for the town to enforce these things without citizen participation and without citizen complaints, which thank you guys for making that a huge part of the ease of reporting these things on the website. Was that English? Did that make sense?
good.
The things that I said? It's late. Right, which I can, we can go that way if you want. So, as I said earlier, I think I in my own mind am treating this kind of in the way that I try to treat the oil and gas, in that the policy needs to be set so that the people in good faith can follow the policy, and there is a way to enforce the policy that will limit the bad actors that are going to be able to be enforced, because apparently some people just don't show up to court regardless. And we, as Administrator Kirk said, we can't change those people, right? There's nothing that I think, to paraphrase what you said, there's nothing that we could write that someone is not going to inherently break as soon as we write it, because they're already breaking the thing that has been written for however many years, right? And that's kind of my way of thinking about it, is to punish the many for the few. I don't necessarily like that.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry to
Mayor Pro Tem.
ramble.
No, sounds great.
I was gonna ask Administrator Kirk if we could just get an email or a stated update on kind of the state of code compliance with short-term rentals at the next meeting or before then. Just general numbers of where these cases are at.
Yep, we can do that.
That would be appreciated. Diving into it, I wanna thank you guys for putting this policy together. I think you've done an excellent job under our time constraints and the challenges of kind of meeting all these needs. I'm trying to strike a balance here. I'm very happy with the language, particularly the addition of defining property owners. To speak to the setbacks, I generally look at it this way, having a 50 cap, I think that's a great place to start. I think that's something that the future boards can certainly revisit. That's something that's very easily adjustable, I think, from an administrative standpoint. But as for distancing and setbacks, I think it's really important that we have some sort of buffer. If you're living in one of those communities, you want some space between those rather than to be possibly enveloped by short-term rentals. I think that's important to quality of life and community character. But I do feel like 500 is aggressive, so I would like to see that come down to a 200. And then talking about ADUs, I would rather not add that to the possible short-term rentals, again, because of the affordable housing issue. I think we need to maintain those as long-term rental options for folks that really need those right now. And I'd rather not see them turned into short-term rentals. So that's kind of where I'm at on things. But I'm open to entertaining some kind of collaborative, solution to this. So,
How many do we have today? What's the number? Do we have?
35.
It's, like if you go to VRBO right now, there's a whole lot of properties that are identified in town. A lot of them, depending on the date you search, especially if it's like September, October, November, they show that they're sold out. Which I think means, and I don't know how the system works in the back end, but they're not available to rent. I mean, you can pick like a couple days, 7 days in either, on either end of those dates. And you'll get like all the townhomes in Heron Lakes, like I'm actually looking at it right now, but like if you search October, November, they're not available to rent. They're listed, like they show up, but they all have a little white bubble with a dash through it, not a blue bubble that you can rent, right? And
Yeah,
so
I
I think they've blocked out. So in a lot of cases, these are short-term rentals that were either previously operating or maybe are even currently operating, but they're not booking future dates out past a certain point. But those are just it's hard to know. So I don't know how many are actually operating
On
today.
a window, I mean, 35 to 350, I mean.
I think when we started this issue, we were in the 30 to 35 range.
Okay.
Well,
Mayor?
I feel, yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, you skipped Kurt.
I just skipped Kurt's, go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of in the middle of where everybody is, but yeah, I guess I'll pepper in a couple of my comments and yeah, just want to thank all the citizens for their comments and for our town staff for developing a code as quickly as we could. I guess the big things that we've talked about today, I also kind of believe bad apples are going to be bad apples. So it's not to say that what we do is pointless, but you just can't code them out, any way, shape, or form. So and so I feel for the folks who had a bad neighbor, and that just sucks. I guess kind of the policy side of it, or kind of the stuff we're debating, when we're talking about density and a cap and buffers, I do think we probably don't need to be as strong. I think keeping the cap makes the most sense to me, and when we reach that cap, we kind of essentially creates a stopgap where we would probably look at it again and say, okay, now are we looking at density, now are we looking at buffers? And personally, unless we're going down the route of putting up, as I've thought about this, going down the route of putting in a different buffer for a different land use type, my inclination would be to have no buffer at the city level, but building off of a few other folks' comments like Trustee Hardy's, I believe most of the townhomes, probably 95% of them are in some sort of metro district or HOA. So if they would like to put in a buffer, that would be okay. And if I understand correctly, I guess I have a question baked in here that any letter that came from a metro district or an HOA would have that in compliance. That would be kind of baked into the letter that they got, and that would then come to us for approval. If they chose to operate outside of that because they couldn't get a letter, like they're just going to do that anyways, right? And so they would come under our enforcement because they'd be operating without a license. Is that?
That's true. If they were operating without a license,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be given a license if they didn't provide us written proof that their property has been approved by their district or HOA for short-term rental.
Yeah. So I think unless we want to kind of sharpen the pencil and kind of get down to different zoning areas to set different buffers, I just would as soon not have a buffer, keep the cap at a 50. When we hit that cap, it would trigger a relook right at this and kind of give us time to sit with the policy and experience it.
Can I tell you why my major argument against that?
Sure.
If you don't have any buffer, you could have an entire city block that takes up like 10 units. So you have like one person and they could be surrounded by units. And so I think some buffer is critical.
Yeah.
But I think if you think about it, like we don't have to have a cap, because if you always have a buffer, you're never gonna have like this inundation of units in
Sure.
our community. It'll always be dispersed evenly and discreetly to where you wouldn't notice. So I agree with the sentiment. I just think I would flip it because it could be difficult if I wouldn't want to live next to multiple units personally.
But then we're putting neighbor against neighbor and we're punishing
punishing the neighbors and then we're punishing.
That's why I would go smaller on
And we're
the
specifically
footprint.
punishing density, which we try to
Yeah.
encourage in a townhome setting.
If I could piggyback on that, we've got large swaths of the town that have no covenants, no HOAs, no metro districts to set those standards, so we are setting the minimum of those areas.
Sure.
So,
We need to protect those neighbors.
Yeah, sorry,
You
on that note,
can't
and I don't,
Sure.
I apologize beforehand to throw a monkey wrench in this, but what would you guys think about instead of having a exclusion buffer to have a density buffer? So instead of having no other one within 500 feet, say having X amount within 500 feet. Brainstorming, sorry, like I said, I apologize for that, but that might
I gotta
sort of
process
be
that, it's a little late.
is that a,
It's-
is that a hard
I
no?
think that might be really tough.
An inclusion or
You'd have to decide. You're effectively doing the same thing, I mean, cause we'd just be randomly drawing 500-foot circles, you
I
know, unless
appreciate
you
that, though.
tied it to one, in which case you're already kind of
Right.
establishing a buffer. 'Cause which one do you choose to look at the 500-foot circle? Does that make sense? I think it just starts to get a little weird. I don't know, I mean, that's something I guess we could kind of try to think through, but
I think to that point, it's which one do you select as the center of that? And
of the 500-foot.
500,
radius.
how would you?
Unfortunately, it would be each individual one has its own bubble.
I think I understand what you're saying.
So
It's a
with the
creative, it's a creative
GIS,
solution, I'm just not sure
right, each
how to
one
do
would
that.
have the center of this, oh, this one wants to go here, I'm sorry, there's already random number, there's already 10 within the bubble of this house, so this one can't go there because it falls inside.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
That would have the end result that you expect. I think,
And,
I
and,
don't think that would.
yeah, I don't know, we'd have to kind of think through that one.
I have a
It's a novel approach, I'm just not sure how that would practically.
Do we have any idea if we did the 200 buffer, how many people would be eliminated based on how many we know are currently operated?
A significant number,
A significant with the 200?
primarily because the significant number of the ones that were operating previously were in the townhomes. So
Well,
the
and I
first
would-
one that applied would have the ability to have a permit, and then none of the other townhomes would
I don't
be
think
able to.
that's fair.
And
I
I-
think we should have a different standard for townhomes.
Well,
Then we can't use a buffer because there's no practical way to do that.
Maybe the metro districts set that standard. I don't know if all of our townhomes have metro districts.
I think you just came back around to what I said.
I still think, not including townhomes in general, the other residences, I think 200 is still a fair buffer, cause it's putting at least a city block between units for the most of the homes. And it's creating a buffer, but they're not gonna cross over as much.
I will suggest just something to consider when you're trying to decide whether or not a buffer makes sense. What is the difference between a short-term rental and a long-term rental or a owner-occupied home? Practically speaking, on a day-to-day basis, what is the difference?
You can get one out in 30 days and the other one can be around until your lease is up. Is that what you mean?
I'm just saying, in terms of your impact to your neighbors, what's the difference?
To me, I've had.
Like,
more
I
complaints
guess
about
one you get out in 30
long-term
days and the other
rentals
one you
than
can have until your lease is up. Is that what you mean?
I mean, like, we're concerned about the impact of the neighborhood, right? Like, the idea that, well, if I was surrounded by 10 of these, how would that impact me?
I don't know really,
I'm only
Chris, if we're
asking the
not
question for you to think through it.
Right.
I'm not suggesting that there isn't a difference. I have my own opinion about what those differences are. I'm just saying, when you're thinking about what are we trying to eliminate, what problems are we trying to eliminate by adopting this buffer? Is it we're concerned that there's too much density of these because we believe they will be problems? Or is it just that we're trying to, spread them throughout town? Or is there some other, what's practically driving the need for a buffer, I guess is my concern. Because if these are operating within our codes, the neighbors shouldn't know any different, right? And the reality is, they're gonna be much more heavily regulated in some ways than just your neighbor that moves in and who's just an awful neighbor that revs his motorcycle at 2 a.m. and has parties every Friday night and blasts music until the cops show up,
Yeah,
So
I
so
totally
guess I'm
agree.
just thinking,
Let
like,
me
what's the
reply here.
difference?
I know, and my problem goes back to the beginning. If we're not aggressively enforcing this, then there is no difference, right? And I mean aggressively, like they get a warning, and we're gonna try. but then we put a minimum of $100. Otherwise, I do feel like, what are we doing here?
Sorry. Well, we will have the ability to revoke licenses when they're in violation of the code, but only after those violations have been substantiated in some way. It will not occur when someone calls and makes a complaint, right? And that will be, we'll get those calls, right? Hey, my neighbor's got a party going on, they're a short-term rental, I want them shut down. We go over there, cops can't substantiate a noise complaint. There's nothing that says, you can't have more than one human being in that, in that absolute limited circumstance.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
And so,
I don't wanna cut anyone else off. I totally understand that. I just think once we know, that's when the clock starts. And if it's a couple warnings, then it's like, no, you gotta go.
We will have processes in place, but they'll go through our normal code enforcement processes. What I'm suggesting is I don't think they will be any different in that we won't just go in and shut someone down.
Do we have to leave it totally up to the judge, or we could say, here's the floor is $100 for a day open?
Well, here's.
Well, cause it ties into everything else we're doing tonight. If we're
Yeah,
not doing this, what's the
these are
point?
important conversations, and so I don't mean to be dismissive at all. This is a really important conversation, but as a good example, there, not a short-term rental, but an event venue, in a prior jurisdiction, right? There were constant noise complaints about this venue. The town did not have an explicit enough noise standard. So we adopted a code that said it could not be over whatever X decibels. Then we got into this, I've already shared this experience once, but then we got into this fight with the property owner about, is that, dBA or dBB or whatever, there's different decibel readings. And is your equipment properly calibrated? When was the last time it was calibrated? When did you take the readings? Where did you take the readings from? We got into this big fight. All the while, the neighbors are saying they're violating the noise ordinance, shut them down. But there's this kind of legal process that we have to go to actually demonstrate that they are violating the noise ordinance. And it just became this rabbit hole of 2 years of legal fight back and forth while they're continuing to operate because we haven't been able to substantiate in a legal way that they've violated our noise ordinance. I guess my point is, in some cases, you will have bad actors who will continue to push it as far as they can push it. But in most cases, there are property owners that will go, totally get it, my bad.
No, I totally agree.
Got it fixed, right? And that is the norm. That's not the exception, but we will have the exceptions.
Yes, we will, when you have $100,000, $500,000 properties on the line. We have a madam in the back that has done the right thing. We have people that aren't and find this time that, you go to court, we'll leave it up to the judge. Are we gonna do that in the future when a bunch of people at townhomes, if we possibly pass this with buffers on it, are we gonna expect them just to sell their places or get long-term rentals? Or now that they've seen the precedent of what we set, are they just gonna keep going?
I think there's a chance they might, right? We won't be able to control that behavior other than through our enforcement process. So if we adopt an ordinance tonight or at some future meeting that allows for short-term rentals under some specific set of conditions, and then people choose to operate short-term rentals that don't have permits, we will issue them a warning with a very limited time frame to cease the activity, and then we will cite them and send them to municipal court. And that's all I'm saying, that is the process, right?
It just, with other issues, it took like 4 to 5 months for trash. I'm worried that this takes 6 to 8. And it's like, well, what's the point of this lady in the back doing the right thing?
But in some cases too, and this is, trash is a good example. I can think of one property owner particularly that I'm aware of. I know our code enforcement officers.
I'm just using that example, it could be other things.
But I can think of actually a very specific one. There was trash adjacent to a home, it was piled up behind the fence. It was becoming a nuisance to the neighbor. We go to work with the property owner to get it cleaned up, right? We typically don't just issue a citation the day we show up, right? Hey, you have a problem, this isn't allowed, this is creating a public nuisance, it needs to be abated, we have a certain amount of time to do that. We show back up, the property owner's gotten rid of all the trash, but 2 bags. Well, then do we immediately issue a citation or just say, hey, let's get these 2 bags out of here? Then a week later, there's 18 bags back right behind the fence, right? Then we go out and we say, okay, now we're issuing a citation, right? It's this kind of back and forth process.
Yeah, or you call Teresa and then that should be have a trigger to come up there if there's trash or something.
So
And we can take a much more aggressive position as the town,
Some of us
where
jump
when
in.
we show up and there is a code enforcement violation, boom, you get a ticket. But there is that risk that we become the town that cites the kids for the lemonade stands, right? Like
No,
an
and I'm
awful
not,
example.
I'm not trying to go to extremes, I'm worried about this being $100,000 project, sorry, I haven't got, go ahead.
Enforcement,
Yeah.
real quick, that's something we can iron out down the road. We cannot iron out the buffer and the policy as easily, but the enforcement, they can continue to refine as needed, right? So
Sure.
we don't have to nail that down as much tonight to set the standard, but we really need to get down to this policy.
No, and I totally agree. So let me just clarify. That's part of the policy. I'm really frustrated that this isn't in here with a minimum or anything on there. That's fine. If that's a general issue with the town. I think I have points on the rest of this too. I'm really just trying to clarify that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to just kind of remind everybody here, again, this whole thing operated pretty well before all this. We're here because of one homeowner, one property that went overboard out of 35. Okay, so I think we're trying to overregulate something that wasn't a problem to begin with. We made it a problem. So let's just get a baseline policy in place. We can always change it and amend it later on. But I think we're overthinking this thing right now. We've been talking in circles, I feel. And we're down here because of one property owner. One property owner has us here until almost midnight. And they're no longer, I guess they sold the house or whatever, but let's just try and get a
No,
baseline
yeah, sure.
policy in place. Let's get this thing moving, let's get these people back in business that weren't the problem and get them back online.
I couldn't agree more. I know your points and trustee Sort, these other points here, I agree with you all on these, the boundaries and stuff. Enforcement is incredibly important with what we do.
Yeah,
So
so
ask
let's start with a baseline enforcement.
Right, so
Can I
let, yeah.
provide a point of clarification? That may be helpful with enforcement, because we did discuss this in the last hearing, because there was a lot of questions about, in some of the public comment that you did receive that's in your packet. There was a lot of questions as to why the enforcement component within the short-term rental regulations wasn't bulked up a bit more. The reason for that is because Section 5 of the Development Code specifically addresses enforcement of the Development Code. So it's inclusive of the short-term rental regulations. So much like noise, for instance, we don't have any regulations within the short-term rental specific to noise, because that is covered by municipal code and our noise regulations. Similarly here, we don't address and we don't get specific and down into the nitty-gritty within the short-term rental regulations on enforcement, because it's already addressed in Section 5 of the Development Code. So much of that and the regulations and the process is much of what Chris is speaking to. That's all listed in Section 5 of the Development Code, and that allows staff the ability to,
Sure.
write cease and desist
Thank you
letters
for
and
that
all that good stuff.
clarification.
So that is why you're not seeing anything reflected in the short-term rental regulations specifically.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess that helps me out. I think if we probably won't support this, but that's just a general question around enforcement of any of ours. And so I thank you for that clarification. I have some points too, but go ahead, Trustee Albright.
I just wanna put one more plug in for not having a cap and for having some sort of boundary, but I would go at least down to 200. The reason why we do need a cap is because, like, for example, I wanna answer Chris's questions. The reason it's different is you can't have a community if you don't know your neighbors. And even if it's a 30-day rental, it gives me more time to get to know my neighbor than a 24-hour rental. And if I have multiple unknown people around me, I'm no longer gonna feel safe in my community. And that's coming from a mom of kids who are out in the yard every day and neighbor kids who are out in the yards every day. So for me, it is important that we limit somewhat so people feel still like a sense of community within their block, within their neighborhood, that even if there is a neighbor that you don't get along with, at least you know what to expect with that person and you kind of become accustomed or you move. But you can't do that if it's everything around you is a rental. And so that's where I think people who are gonna want to do this, I think the 200 buffer is gonna allow the majority of the ones that we have, other than townhomes, which I'm open to discussing further after this policy about refining that. But I do think we need a smaller buffer and no cap, because the buffer itself is going to limit how many we can have in town.
Okay.
if I could piggyback on that real quick. I just look at 50 as a starting point. I'm open to revisiting it. I mean, we could make it unlimited in the future fairly easily, I feel like. But as for the buffer, I feel strongly that we need one in place. And part of this goes to, again, looking at the difference between a permanent resident versus long-term renter and a short-term. You know, the transitory nature sets that apart from long-term renters or homeowners. We're trying to put in diverse housing options when we have almost exclusively single-family homes. And these are being gobbled up as short-term rentals right now, and I want to protect against that, so long-term renters and homeowners have access to those middle options. And that's why I wouldn't be for any kind of exemption on townhomes. We're trying to create these more dense housing options and to allow them to be infiltrated more so than any other neighborhood for short-term rental use is, I think, detrimental to some of the goals we are trying to achieve from an affordability standpoint, but also a buy-in standpoint from those people living in those neighborhoods, as well as protecting existing neighboring property owners, whether they're renting or owning.
Just yours? Nope, sorry.
I don't have any.
Oh, thanks. Okay, do you mind if I not yell at Chris about code enforcement, but get my other points across? Okay. I feel the same as trustee Hardy. Trustee Albrecht, you made a good point that I guess maybe I'd be a fan of starting out with some kind of regulation on the ones around you and just let the cap play out. Initially, I'd just say, as we could check this out in a year, but especially in Old Town, I think you sign up for a little bit more noise, and I do believe we have a need for lodging. So I'd be okay with not having. I'd actually side with Trustee Hardy and just not have a footage requirement right now. And if that's a need in a year, then we come back and put one in. I would allow these for ADUs as well. I think that would be part of the constructing one, is know that you could have some type of profit initially, and that would help you put down on a loan, knowing that you have some kind of security. And that might help you construct an ADU in areas that don't have them already. I don't know, plus I just feel weird about telling someone that that property in your back now can only be used for affordable housing. And then I believe we'd have to go in there and tell them what affordable is. If you're in a beautiful area of the golf course, you could rent that bad boy out for $3,000, and how is that affordable? So those are my only points, and I'm sorry for getting a little frustrated. Maybe it's a time of night, but I do have some questions after this. But anyway, I guess any other questions or points? And then we can just go through a poll, I guess, of these.
I wanna say that I agree about the ADU issue because, for example, like I thought about if I could put an ADU on my property, I wouldn't want it to be a short-term rental. Or I wouldn't want it to be a long-term rental, I guess is what I was trying to say. So I wouldn't even put it there to begin with if it wasn't something more short-term that I had more control over. So I think limiting that and not giving people the option of what they do with it seems to me not appropriate, because it may not even exist ahead of time. Also, I would not approve a policy or agree to a policy that has no limit, no buffer.
No buffer, okay.
I don't feel good about that.
Okay. Any other comments or points? Any rebuttals?
I like your idea on a poll of each of these points.
That we're gonna have to.
ADUs,
So let's
buffer,
start with
cap.
a cap, and we're gonna go with the cap that staff set, which is 50, right? Did I get that right?
Cap of 50?
Yeah. Okay, are we supportive of a cap of 50?
I could
One,
support a
2,
cap of
3.
50.
Okay, that's approved. We got a cap of 50 on that. Why is this fly just on me?
Oh,
I
no,
took a
it's bugging
shower
you.
tonight,
It's
man.
bugging you
This
and
guy's
me.
telling me to
I
move
keep
on.
shooting them over to you.
Okay, so we did, that was a cap. Now we're gonna do with the buffer as far as the distance. And it sounded like most people at least are supportive of a low buffer.
So do no 200,
200.
500. So
Okay, good point. Let's start with a zero buffer. Who's supportive of a zero buffer? Just 2. Okay, 3. Okay, so that's still not a majority. Let's go up to the 200-foot buffer. supportive of that.
I'm
Okay.
gonna twice since zero got.
I'm with that anyway. No, that's cool. You're saying you're supportive. Okay, so that was the majority. So we're gonna do a 200-foot buffer and a 50-foot cap. Is that right?
50 cap, not
Yeah.
50 foot.
50 foot, yeah, 50 per 50
Unit.
unit cap. Thank you. And then as far as ADUs, who's supportive of allowing these 4 ADUs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's majority. And that's gonna be interesting on,
We have no code language
Right.
prepared for that, so I would suggest if that's something that you want, we go ahead with what is prepared and we can come back maybe after 6 months to see if anybody's even applying for them in an ADU, and we can come back and discuss that, but we,
There
we
was
didn't
one-
prepare for any code because it wasn't directed at the first reading.
Code to approve it, is that what you're saying?
I was gonna say the caveat is we can just remove the prohibition in the code.
There's one line that says just no ADUs, can
Right.
you just remove that one line?
so we approve it with minus that line.
I don't know what the ripple effect is, but that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the only way to change it. We could remove that from the current draft. We just have to deal with other.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so we have clarification on on all 3 of those. Is there anything else before we do a vote? No?
Okay, I don't want footage in there.
You don't want
Either-
footage?
Either
in it?
or.
I know, but that got
Either
pulled
or.
out. That got pulled out, so we're gonna go with this motion and feel free to vote no, that's fine.
What's the motion?
That would be to approve this minus the ADU wording, which would allow it. The buffer would be 50 foot.
No.
Jesus, man. The cap would be 50 foot and the buffer would be 200.
Yeah.
Yeah, the units.
I'm glad this is the last agenda
Which
item.
we
Mayor,
don't
can I
have to
just
make
ask
on
for
that.
one more request
Sure.
for us to consider, and I need staff's input on it, but I would really love to have some sort of, and we determined that variance is not the proper word for it, cause the variance means that it doesn't apply to you. But if we could allow citizens to come forward, like if they're within the 200 buffer and they have a very unique situation that we as a board say, yeah, you have a great residence and you're not, your neighbors are coming here saying they want it, and we can approve it into, like, as a board, as an individual approval, I would love something built into our process that allows us to approve unique situations. Is there any way to build that in, that if someone does not get permitted through the process, that they may come before us, present why they think that they should be allowed, and then we can approve it individually and allow comment from the public on whether it should be approved?
Yeah, if a townhome condominium complex could get a variance for having more units within the 200-foot range, I'd be cool with that.
Mr. Kirk, how do we, usually a variance would go to planning, I don't know.
I think that the.
Variance is the wrong term.
Yeah, I think they would be they'd be appealing an administrative decision to the town board, which I think they already have the right to do.
Okay.
It'd be easier just to have enough footage.
I would like that verbiage in the application process personally. I don't know if you agree with that, but if they get denied, you can let them know that they can appeal to the town board if.
Is anyone opposed to that? Okay. Who would like to tackle this motion, because I'm clearly done.
And
Any questions from staff? Sorry.
well, you guys have heard me say before too, that it's tough to write code on the fly, and so I hate to bring this back to you, but I mean, if we're gonna add new, it's one thing to kind of modify 500 to 200, that's really explicit and easy. It's another to just kind of add a vague sentence about an appeal process that we haven't really thought through. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we could, yeah, sure. I mean,
In terms of
You can
what is the
subtract
code
things easily, but
going to
not
say?
add things.
May I ask a question to that?
yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Then, like the enforcement, if enforcement's covered already in the development code, we have appeals already covered in the development code. Should they not necessarily be repeated in the short-term rental regulations? I mean, that option is already available within the development code.
I think that's what
So
we're
I would
suggesting, is that
read it
there's
for-
already the ability to
Just
appeal an administrative decision to the
Notifying the
board.
citizens that they have that opportunity.
As
They
in,
won't
we
know,
can
they'll just
certainly,
feel denied and.
Did you just reference the code and say, hey, same thing with enforcement, that we do this generally, check this section? Could we say the same thing with appeal process, check this section of the general code?
I have to say that my hesitation is, do we want to say if you're denied within the development code, in the regulations themselves saying that you're not meeting these requirements, and so you can go ahead and appeal our decision, but you're not meeting the only reason we deny is because they're not meeting the regulations that you have adopted.
Right, but there might be exceptions, like someone within the 200 buffer, but it's like a historic house and like they've been operating well and they have amazing reputation. Those are citizens that we wanna support and represent, and so I wanna hear their story instead of just giving them a blanket no.
I will say, they have the ability to come and address you in public anytime.
They
So
just
if they're
don't know that.
denied, they can come to the town board anytime. And they will know, cause I assure you, if they get denied and they feel like they've been wrongly denied, they will say, who do I need to talk to? And we will say, you have every right to come and address your town board at their meeting during public comment. We tell people that probably every week, very few show up.
Well, that's a public comment. I thought you said we have like an appeal process.
No, well, sure, there are other appeals processes. I'm just saying they can come and talk to you about concerns with our process anytime they want.
But if we're gonna have an appeal or a variance process, then why have the code in place in the
I
first place?
think that's what Mr. Ton is suggesting is, do you want to allow appeals anytime somebody feels like the code shouldn't apply to them?
I think it's like a cake or hater.
Point of
Yeah.
order.
Situation.
Go ahead,
Point
Trustee
of
Harris.
order,
Thank you.
can I
Trustee Lee.
move to extend the meeting to the conclusion of the executive session?
Is there a second? I'll second that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let's go, so the appeal thing, let's just raise your hand if you agree with trustee Albrecht that a special wording, that way staff would probably have to come back if they're not sure of that. Anyone else supportive of the process? Okay, so that won't be acknowledged. So we're back to the three things here. I have such problems taking these, right? Thank you, okay.
Mayor Karspeed,
Yeah.
if I could clarify on the motion.
Mhm.
This would be amending it to alter D2 to 200 feet and then removing D5 correctly, which mentions the ADUs.
The ADU pushing to D5. And then, yeah, 236.
That would be a sufficient motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I will make the motion. I'll move to adopt ordinance 1342, an ordinance amending certain sections of the Berthoud Municipal Code, chapter 30, to allow short-term rentals, specifically sections 1 and 3, proposed for the amendment with these two stipulations that D2 is amended from 500 feet to 200 feet, and point D5 is removed with following numbers altered in that series
That's
to
sufficient.
correctly reflect
Great.
the changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem has moved on these. Trustee Ayers has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
No.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeed.
Yes. All right, we got a B process on there, don't we? Or do we? No, we didn't do that already. Anyone like to, let's see here.
And
Yeah,
I
resolution
can go for that as
2020.
well. Move to approve resolution 2024-09, a resolution of the town of Berthoud adopting an amendment to the 2024 fee schedule for the town of Berthoud as provided in the Berthoud Municipal Code.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Ayers is second. Mayor Pro Tem has moved on this. Trustee Ayers is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeed.
Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, we lost the audience here, but thank you very much, Planner Hillenbrand, of a year. Well, since your hiring of this, this has been a big deal, so got that wrapped up. We can always revisit it.
Indeed. And if I may, I don't wanna belabor your evening tonight, but Tawn did a tremendous job. She met with public, she had the website, she really went above and beyond in delivering transparent process. And the town owes her just a lot of gratitude for what she did. So I wanna say thank you.
Excellent, yeah, thank you very much, really.
Appreciate you.
Okay, we have an executive session, but let's do reports here. Are you gonna chair this next meeting here? Alright, we'll start off with trustee Hardy.
I haven't seen a report, I'm so tired.
Alright, trustee Albrecht.
I'll do my best to put a sentence together. Youth Advisory, is just doing a lot of great things. They had some good discussion about restructuring to become more of an advisory-based committee. They were really excited about the opportunity of perhaps meeting in the boardroom like a true board, hearing about what the town's doing and having input and thoughts in their way, and then also bringing to us social or event issues that they have that they would like to bring to our attention, and kind of more of a formal basically advisory commission structure there. They met with a organization that I'm trying to get my brain. It's like an anti-bullying group that's coming into town that they'd like to help support. They'll have more to present to us on. And it's gonna help kids with self-defense and other types of things. So they're looking more at issues like that and stepping away from events, mostly because they don't have the bandwidth to put on events, but also because the town is doing such a great job of putting on youth activities compared to when they started like 10 years ago. When they started the Scorch Fest, that was the only thing for their age. Now they have unlimited amounts of things that they can be involved in, and so that's a huge. I was just applauding them and the town for creating those opportunities for youth in our community in such a short time span, and also for creating a youth advisory commission so that the youth can have a voice. Is really spectacular. They're doing an awesome job, and Tim Hardy had a lot of great ideas too that I presented. So they were really grateful to hear those. Like they're gonna have an annual meeting with other youth advisory commissions to get feedback on other local jurisdictions. They're gonna have an annual, I think this was one of your ideas too, was to have a bonding, like one of the ways of recruiting other kids too is like they get to have some sort of special event that's just a bonding activity for that group, as incentive, for other kids to sign up and have fun and things like that. So a lot of cool things coming from them, and I'm just really impressed.
Awesome.
It reminds me of when I hosted youth advisory, we couldn't get into the conference room upstairs, but we came down here. I said, can we sit at the dais? I was like, yeah, sure. And I sat out there. They're all so excited to
It's a totally
sit up
different
here with the board.
dynamic.
Oh yeah, they were like,
Yeah.
felt so official.
They did
Awesome.
that.
It was
We
fun.
did meet
Let's,
like that last time. So the staff is they're so great. Amanda's gonna give them little name tags, and they're gonna operate, by taking public comment. If parents or other students wanna come in and present to them, they get to take the feedback and decide what to do with it, like a true governing body. And I also mentioned to them, I think, I'd like to know from them if they want to shadow any members of staff or, even the board, if to get to know the job or ask questions, that'd be something I think would be really neat for them to be able to do. So some cool opportunities for those guys.
Excellent, thank you. Trustee Kurtz?
No report.
All right, trustee Wing.
I guess to add another row of chairs, and multiple times tonight, there weren't PowerPoints, there weren't handouts, and people were referencing the town, and I would like to recommend we put a big town map up on the wall, because it regularly gets brought up in presentations.
You're looking at, yeah, we used to have one at the old town hall. All right, trustee Ayers.
Port committee met last week. We talked again about the Jaskowski property. There is going to be a review of plans sent back to Colorado Open Lands with a focus on disc golf, a dog park, and now, because there was citizen participation, a possible hunter-retriever club. So that's being kicked out again, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully that'll be actually on our docket at some point in the future, but I don't know. There was a big report on the park survey that went around town, but I will hold my comments on that to next week when that's, or next meeting when that's on the agenda. There was a bunch of comments, I'll just wait. the North Berthoud Parkway Trail connection is out for bid. So that will be upcoming from Water, on the west side of Berthoud Parkway from Water to County Road 10.
10, yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
And I think Town Park was slated to be completely running September 7th. Was that was a hesitant date, but hopefully.
We're still waiting on two pieces of pipe that are integral to the operation of the water feature. Those have been significantly delayed, I understand, shipping from the manufacturer. I don't know if there's a supply chain issue, but they can't operate without them, so if we're still looking at a long delay and everything else is done, we'll probably just open the park anyway. It should be substantially complete in the next week and a half.
That's all. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was gonna bring up the park, but that's been covered. I just wanted to call out two employees, Bill and Colton with the Parks Department. I put in a comment today, I was over at the rec center slide and there was a big crack in it and put it in through the comment system and they showed up in like 10 minutes and fixed the thing. I was just blown away by how fast it was, like, so, kudos to them. That's all I've got.
Awesome.
I did remember something.
Go ahead, Trustee Hardy.
Historic Preservation Committee, we have 2 seats coming up for reappointment in September. We also have 1 current open seat, so in a sense, we'll have 3 open seats on Historic Preservation. At our last meeting, we had some pretty good discussions about how we're gonna try and work with the Historical Society more and also Town Board about marking, identifying, and helping maybe do some actual preservation of historic properties in the town, including those that might be outside the city limits that are historically of interest. You know, things like the old homesteads along the Little Thompson River and things like that. We also discussed a little bit more about educating a lot of our ag properties that we like to preserve as ag, about conservation easements and maybe getting Colorado open lands to maybe come and do a discussion and let us know what information they have that we can share and then kind of make that more of our presentation, maybe get some of that information and links on our Historic Preservation website. Cause one of the agents on our board is a real estate agent that deals with farmland. And he says that he's surprised sometimes by how many of his clients have no idea the opportunities they have to preserve their land as ag land or dedicating to communities nearby them for things like trails and stuff like that. So we're gonna try and work on more educational type approaches to getting those landowners involved in that.
Awesome, that's great. Didn't we have that on the agenda as some kind of summit, as a retreat? Okay, so we'll be doing that kind of anyway.
Yeah, so that's part of that whole
Great.
thing that we've already got rolling on our side.
Fantastic.
So it's all hopefully gonna mesh together and integrate and become this beautiful.
Yeah, just let them know that we'll be doing it too as a board, so
Yeah.
that's great.
Tim, could I make a request, and I don't know if this is appropriate for the preservation committee and you, but when we had our strategic planning, we talked about, key people in the community having input on history of Berthoud. But like, for example, we talked about the skate park plot, and what's gonna happen with that coming before us. I would like to know the history of that land. So
Yeah.
that while we're making that decision, we can incorporate elements or, be honored to what was there previously. So it would be those kinds of things that we know are coming before us. I would really, really love their feedback on what is the history of that property and how can we either preserve or at least, highlight, kind of like how our rec center, there were some highlights to the Wagner family and that kind of thing.
And that's where it's nice to have Andrew from the Historical Society on our board now. So he's at every meeting now. And there's things like the property used to be called Berthoud 360. And the one that's on the ridge. Anyway, there's a little farm down in one corner that they talked about acquiring. I don't know if they ever did or not. But one thing that we never saw in those proposals is there's this great little old brick farmhouse on there that's very similar to the brick farmhouse that's over now at the event center. That's built down on Little Thompson. So things like that, that we kind of don't see when we look at these land developments coming through. It's like, wow, is there something on there that we can preserve that we don't actually are aware of or told about?
No, that's great. I think
So yeah, there's some,
only a fresh
there's
as
several
that.
of those down there.
I think it's great that they have come to us with a history on it, so
Yes,
that's awesome, we'll work that out.
Yes, please, before we make the decision.
Just wanna thank you, trustee Albrecht, on your leadership and that kind of pivot, and sounds like staff wants to do that too. It's a big deal with the youth here, so I'm happy to see where that goes, thankful to see where that goes. That was Senator Marshman, and delivered to her the real study we did, and she said she was eager to read through it and was very supportive of the town and our kind of frustrations around being taxed and not receiving anything. It's important because she was the one that co-sponsored the bill that's funding the rail through rental car fees. So she's playing a big part in that, and she is just our neighboring senator. So along with that, she also had some questions about what our youth advisory does. So I told her about the pivot, and she was very excited. Told her about HNS and no funding that she knows currently available for what they do, since they don't offer childcare, but it's someone we can keep hitting up for ideas, along with our own senator. Can't think of anything pressing off the top of my head other than that, but do we have any resolution on the McNeil lift station waste possibly?
Yeah, so apparently it was designed, I don't know that it was designed to overflow. There have been overflows that have discharged into the McNeil Reservoir. Those are being fixed as part of a capital project that's underway. So that should not be the case, but apparently it was. So
That's probably on our that's on the town to fix.
we didn't design it, but we approved its installation. So whenever that was, 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah. That's right.
So it is on us to correct at this point.
Thanks for correcting it.
Yep.
No
So
one's going to
I
do
appreciate
you,
bringing
so-
it up, and I'm
yeah.
sorry I had that answer a couple weeks ago. I should have responded already.
No, we're going good. Awesome. So we'll turn it over to staff.
I have a long list of updates. I won't go through tonight. I'll just shoot you guys an email tomorrow. The one thing, there's 2 items we need to deal with when we establish an interview committee for planning commission appointments. And the other is with the housing plan, if there are 1 or 2 trustees that would like to participate in that steering committee, we'd like to have a couple if they're interested, and the first kickoff meeting is gonna be next Thursday, so.
Let's decide that tonight. Okay, Trustee Hardy, is there another option?
Can you say, can you just describe?
This is for the housing grant that we got approved. It's a housing affordability and inventory issue, right? So Administrator Kirk's asking, since their first kickoff meeting is next Thursday, for a couple trustees that are interested to participate. Okay.
There will be some great folks, Loveland Housing Authority, Berthoud Habitat for Humanity, others that are participating in that steering committee, so we'd love to have a couple of trustees if there's interest.
Sounds like Trustee Hardy and Mayor Pro Tem are interested. I think, especially you, since all the questions and comments you had about this, I think it'd be great to have you in there. Is there anyone opposed to that, or want to also throw their name in the hat? You want to throw your name in the hat?
Sure.
You do? Okay. Can we do 3 without posting?
No, let's keep the 2 then.
Okay, great. So we'll stick with
If you have 3, it becomes a meeting, so.
we could post it, but we'll do Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Hardy. That work?
Yeah, great.
All right, anything else?
And the planning commission interview committee.
Oh, right. Anyone want to vote? When is that?
That would be on the evening, good evening, Mayor Garcia. That would be on the evening of the 26th, 6 o'clock. That would be to fill 1 position on the planning commission. And as a reminder, we do have a number of vacancies on the various committees and commissions that we'll be filling in September. We are currently advertising those. So if you know anybody that would like to serve, we do have a new online application, so no more
That's awesome.
filling out and scanning it in. You can submit it all online, so definitely a lot easier. But in the short term, we do have that 1 position on the planning commission, evening of the 26th, Monday evening before the next meeting at 6 o'clock over Zoom, as it has been in the past.
All right, anyone wish to volunteer for that?
I'd like to, but I'm not available.
Well, I can do it. Is there anyone else?
I can do it
Trustee
pending
Kurtz?
I check my work calendar, so, but I think it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So myself and tentatively, Trustee Kurtz,
I can be the backup.
Okay.
If he doesn't, if he's not able.
and Trustee Harris will be the
I
guy.
can confirm tomorrow, I just gotta.
Excellent.
Very good.
Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, staff's done, so we can go ahead, that's a motion to get us into executive session. Would anyone like to do that?
I move that we, just a cheat sheet.
Alright. I move to go into executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, instructing negotiations, and pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for a conference with legal counsel for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions related to potential litigation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Alright, clerk, we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes, okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll meet in the back room.
Thanks for the hats.
Heck yeah, and white
Thank
too.
you.
These are sweet. I'm the worst at white.